What are we doing? We are live, apparently. Right, so it's it's the Autists, and we're going to talk about horror, but it doesn't matter because no fucker will watch it anyway. So, right, I know this sounds really weird, but I want to show you this scene from Jimbo the Jet Set.
Okay.
Now, for those who don't know, it's a British cartoon back in the 80s, and it was for little kids, really, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And this kind of really does show it's fucking ridiculous, I swear to God. It really shows how to do horror. Because when I was a kid, this episode scared the piss out of me. I watched so much horror, but none has given me nightmares like this. It's so fucking weird. Right, it's Jimbo the Jet Set and the UFO.
I bet the chief will be furious I've kept him up so late. Whoops! That flash has made my eyes go funny. What's that ahead of me? Good grief! It looks like It is! It's a flying saucer! Hello, Control! Can you hear me? Come in quickly!
Chief, I've got Jimbo at last. He's in our flight path.
Hello, Jimbo! Is that you? Where the blazes have you been? It's way past my bedtime!
Sorry, Chief, but I've been delayed by bad weather. But, Chief, I think I've just seen a flying saucer!
It's Jimbo up to his silly tricks again. Go and get me a cup of bedtime cocoa while I deal with him.
Hello, Chief! Let me give you the exact position. It's directly over your control tower, hovering in space.
Jimbo, I'm in no mood for your silly skylarks. Just get down here on runway 4 and let me get to bed. Or do you want me to beam you down? Get it? Beam you down.
Look at the nice bright colours. Outside it's dark, it's raining, where the UFO is.
What's going on? It feels like an earthquake. I'm moving. I'm going upwards. I'm getting out of here. Help! Help! I'm locked in. Get me out of here. Hello, Jimbo. I know you're out there. Not in on this marking about. Wait until I get my hands on you.
And those are the music.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
I'll get you for this.
You in there, is this department? Speak.
Oh, no, sir. This is the planet Earth, Your Greenness. Your Highness, sir. Oh, help.
Sorry to have bothered you, Earthman. Obviously, we have the wrong galaxy. I bid you a spaceman farewell.
And a spaceman's farewell to you, sir.
Now, like I said, as a kid, it still gives me goosebumps today. But that kind of shows how horror should be done. It's
Absolutely,
so
yeah.
Like this is like you have the music change, you have it go from bright colors to very one color and dull and dark, and even like it's weird because Chief Controller is that. Pardon?
The voice work as well on the aliens, it's very, very eerie. It's like that's very well done for a kids show.
Exactly, and that kind of shows they knew horror back then, even for kids, because the obviously punchline is that the alien is just lost. He doesn't know where he is, and he's asking for directions, which is funny. But the entire build-up is, to me, what makes a good horror.
Yeah,
you know, unlike today where it's jump scare, jump scare, jump scare. There's no build-up. There's nothing to sort of get you on edge.
No.
So let's talk about classic horrors. And God, horror goes back way back, actually, if you think about it.
Nosferatu, 1922. And I think
Nosferatu, 1922. And if you go into novels, you've got Frankenstein and, H.G. Wells with his War of the Worlds. H.G. Wells is a fantastic horror writer.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But let's talk about movies, because that's what this show's about.
Of course.
I was thinking about this today. Like, you got let's say the big five: Texas Chainsaw Massacre, The Thing. I won't mention The Thing in a moment. Michael Myers, Jason, Freddy, and let's say Psycho as well. Right, the big five.
Yeah,
because that's the one everyone remembers, and that's what. Oh, The Exorcist is the one I wanted to talk. Is also there. We'll replace the last one with The Exorcist, because I think that was more of a turning point for horror. And they all kind of knew what to do back then, where to make people scared.
Yeah.
You know, The Exorcist, obviously, it's a religious film, and back then most people were very Christian, and you know, it was showing a side of Christianity that preachers don't like talking about, the demonic side.
Yeah.
And it probably got under a lot of people's skin because, you know, it felt very real to them and their religious beliefs.
Of course.
And that the fact is, I think, like, you chime in any time, that it wasn't happening to a teenager, it wasn't happening to an adult like in Psycho, it was happening to a little girl.
Yeah.
And I think that's what made it worse. You know, that even the most innocent, which is obviously a little girl, can still be inflicted by a demon.
Yeah.
You know, that no one is safe.
No.
But do you want to know a fact about Texas Chainsaw Massacre? It changed UK ratings.
Yeah.
I know. It's like the weirdest thing ever.
Yeah.
Do you know what it was meant to? Do you know what it technically could have been?
Technically, it could have been a PG.
Yeah.
Because it's actually, there's no gore in the movie.
No.
There's actually very little blood in the film. In terms of things like language, I don't remember swearing. Well, there's no nudity, I don't think either. So
no, there's none of that.
It's not that at all. That wouldn't boost that at all. So
yeah, and I don't think there's any bad language in it, really.
I don't recall.
But also, because I've just finished watching it again, the original, and again, the build-up is something else.
Absolutely.
You've got the music, you know, that, you know, and the flashlight. But then I got thinking even more. The first hitchhiker, his entire presence is meant to set you on edge.
Oh, yeah.
Just looking at him, he has that big birthmark on his face, so he looks weird, the bad teeth, and of course his actions.
Yeah.
But he says it in this like jovial way, like he's trying to make friends. But you don't realize, you just think he's like special, you know, like us. Ha 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 ha. We often got our hands up.
Oh.
Yeah. And then, of course, he smears the blood on the side of the armband, and this is all to set you off.
Yeah.
We don't see that anymore.
No, you don't. Even the remake didn't have. I don't remember the hitchhiker in that. Was there a hitchhiker in the remake? I think
there was a hitchhiker in the remake.
I don't remember it right because it's not that memorable.
But no, there was a hitchhiker, but it was a girl, and she blew her brains out.
Yeah, that's right. But I'm just saying, like, how memorable that original film was with the Ed Neal played the hitchhiker.
Oh yeah, exactly.
It's so fucking well.
Yeah, and the girl blowing her brains out really doesn't add anything to the film. You know, with this hitchhiker, just by looking at him, he felt weird. He felt wrong. You know, he's like he was a bad one, and you know the way he was talking, though it seemed happy and friendly, always had that sinister tone with it as well, with his looks.
Yeah.
And that just
like it takes a picture of them.
Yeah,
the looks on their faces just brilliant.
Exactly,
like the absurdity of it all, and it's like I'm not paying $5 or whatever for that picture, and he just screws up, burns it.
Yeah,
in the van.
Yeah, and then again,
like, what the fuck? And he was like,
and then it just gets worse for them after that. It never ever lets up.
No.
It just gets worse and worse, and every kill is built up even worse. Like even the wheelchair guy, who for the most part was an absolute dickhead.
Yeah,
and I thought that was quite clever. I thought that was quite clever as well, actually, because it really goes against the norm. Like when you see people in wheelchairs in horror films, it's always like, "Oh, he's safe, he's innocent, you know, nothing bad." And you meant, you know,
making the biggest arsehole in the movie.
He's a complete twat. You're like, you just fucking die already. Exactly. I don't care if you get hit by a car at this point. Just fucking die. But again, it like every other one, it just felt brutal throughout the film, and that was one of the best parts of this.
Yeah.
And when you talk about Michael Myers in his first film as well, you had all that nice build up, all that, no one dies really. No one gets brutally murdered for a while in that film, and he's just stalking the town.
Yeah.
And I thought it was another good bit. And of course, people go, "Where did he get his driving license?" and stuff like that. I like that's besides the point. But the fact is, he is stalking the town. He's he's looking around.
Yeah.
And it gave him this more animal side to him rather than just being human.
Yeah.
And in Friday the 13th, we can't forget the twist at the end, which of course it was Pamela Voorhees.
Yes.
This sweet old lady.
That reminds me, if I can still find the figurine. Must put it elsewhere. Looking for the boxes the other day and had a figurine of Mrs. Voorhees pop out.
Nice.
Had, the part 2 Jason.
Oh yeah.
The shrine with her head on the top of it as well.
And I'll tell you what made number 2 better in my opinion, because you got the killer and he has a weakness which is completely different to anyone else.
Yeah.
It wasn't like Norman Bates and the, two sides that he was also his mother.
Oh yeah.
He actually loved his mum, and his mum loved him back. It was a proper he was brought up with love. He wasn't brought up like Michael Myers, who we found out was in an abusive home and whatnot.
Yeah.
I don't know if they actually even brought that up in the
I think that was just the Rob Zombie one, wasn't it?
I think which always annoys me when they try to give the killer a reason to be a killer.
Yeah.
But we know Jason was brought up in a loving home.
Mm.
And that kind of made it work. Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the whole family's fucked up.
Yeah.
And Freddy, of course, we know was murdered, vigilante style.
Yeah.
Again, giving him a reason. So this is one reason I've always preferred I know it sounds bad, but like in the remake, that he could have been innocent. So he would actually have this reason for revenge.
Yeah.
Because he was killed unjustly, where in the original, of course, we know exactly what he was.
Yeah, yeah.
and so I think if we see this, like in a lot of these classic horror films, there's some sort of twist that we're not going to see coming, or there's a nice build up to the monster.
Yeah.
Or, they just knew how to make a film.
Well, yeah. Well, good thing about things like The Exorcist, it was done by a proper filmmaker.
Yeah.
Rather than someone who's, like at the time, like Hammer films, it was just people that are just making blood splatter on the screen sort of thing.
Oh, yeah.
And get the young actresses in their first debut, get their tits out.
Exactly. Exactly. And I was thinking about, I really love the 1950s sci-fi horror.
Yeah.
The atomic scare and all that, Red Scare. And I don't know if you consider it a horror or not, but it's mostly sci-fi. Is The Day the Earth Stood Still.
Oh, yeah.
And, you got Gort there, and he's this big, imposing monster.
Hmm.
And it just works because the whole film is basically about nuclear disarmament.
Yeah.
But Gort only becomes a threat when Michael Renee's character is killed.
Hmm.
Up to that point, he looked threatening and like he could be menacing. We saw him, but it was completely peaceful until that character died.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's go back to the slashers first, because they're always easiest to talk about, because it's about teens getting their tits out and getting murdered for it.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Until the Scream franchise came along. Again, it completely subverted the horror genre.
Absolutely.
And, it revitalized the slasher genre a lot.
Oh, yeah, because that era, we just had tons of things. The same writers did, I know we did last summer.
Mm.
And we just had lots of, old-style horror, something Eli Roth's like Cabin Fever and that sort of business.
Oh, yeah.
And Hostel and...
Hostel Hostel's not that violent though.
Surprisingly, not, is it? I actually
No.
watched it and I was surprised.
It only becomes violent when it becomes a revenge horror.
Yeah, that's right.
That's when the violence really comes in.
Mm.
Up to that point, everything's pretty much in your head.
Mm.
And I think that's what made it so good. And of course, Hostel 2 came out, which was super bloody and violent. And they killed off the main antagonist.
Well, I found it humorous. Probably not most people would, but.
And then, oh god,
the severed head being kicked around like a football.
Oh yeah.
That's always inspired ever since I watched that.
I know. I saw that one in the cinema actually. That was one of the ones I saw in the cinema. And then there was, oh my god, Hostel 3.
I never saw Hostel 3 because I just
straight to DVD.
Yeah, that's why I just never got around to it.
That's what you fucking know.
Yeah.
It's not even. It's again. It's one of those horror movies which is just so bad. You just got to watch it till the end because it's like a car crash.
Yeah.
You just gotta watch it.
One of these days I'll get around to it just to see what it's like.
I always like it when horror subverts your expectations.
Yeah.
And like when Halloween came out, you always had the big male hero who survives the day. And of course, we had Laurie Strode who survives the day in the end, you know?
That's right.
And I don't even understand why feminists even fucking hate this trope of the final girl. They never need saving. They're strong as fuck. They go through a decent story arc.
Yeah.
But apparently that's a bad thing. It's like, how is that a fucking bad thing? Like Ripley in Alien.
Yeah, exactly.
She's a fucking badass.
Yeah.
Aliens makes me laugh because she's trying to talk about the alien and how bad it is. They're just trying to bill her for the damages to the fucking ship.
I know. It's such bullshit.
It's like there's a big fucking alien there trying to kill everyone. But you owe us this amount of money. It's like, are you high? Like now. What was I going to say? Because I actually had some things actually planned in my head today. I've really gone off track. Wow. Anyway, what was I talking about? Oh, slashers. Aliens. No, piss off. I was talking about slashers, you ass. And we started with an alien anyway, so we did.
Alien's technically a slasher. The first one,
yeah, it is, isn't it?
So, yeah.
I never thought of it that way, but it is technically a slasher.
It's a slasher film in space.
Yeah. When no one can
eat that Jason X.
Jason X is the best. It is. It's just so corny and funny and the nipples falling off.
I mean, it could be worse.
Yeah. What was it? I was going to talk about Child's Play. Jesus. Oh, jeez. Like, Child's Play is a classic horror film. But he's like the most useless fucking killer in the entire genre. Out of every single iconic, like, what? Can you name anyone worse than Chucky?
Anything Blumhouse is bloodless as anything.
Blumhouse started strong.
Yeah, I get the idea that they do stuff on the cheap.
Yeah,
that's how that's the way to make money with films anyway. But
yeah,
it's a creative way as well.
Mm.
But I just don't appreciate it as much as like when you watch older movies, like a fucking Evil Dead, for God's sake. That was
Oh yeah, Evil Dead.
Some of it is very cheesy, doesn't hold up as much, but when you know how they made that movie, it's just amazing.
Yeah, and Evil Dead 2 is
it's
better, but there's so many issues with it when you watch it. Like you can see the fat suit coming loose and shit like that.
Yeah, because the leak that leak, you know, that bit that leaks out of his ear.
Yeah,
that's a sweat.
I know.
Ted Raimi's sweat.
And You can see the top of the set and the lights. But it adds to the charm of the film, though.
Oh yeah.
It does. And of course, you've got Evil Dead 3, The Army of Darkness, which got called Army of Darkness, so it wouldn't be banned in the UK. Because don't forget, Evil Dead got banned, didn't it?
The Medieval Dead, didn't they, or something like that?
Yeah. Called it The Army of Darkness, and it was in fact, it's one of the best films ever.
It is.
Because it's so cheesy. Oh,
I was going to mention that when you mentioned Dediosa still.
Oh,
Klasu, Murata. I said those damn words.
yeah. Did you say them properly? Mostly.
Mostly.
I didn't say every exact syllable.
But basically, I said them.
I tell you what I did like about Ash versus the Evil Dead is they ripped off the original ending to Evil Dead 3.
Yes.
You know they did, because he wakes up far into the future.
I love how they did that. So no matter what timeline you follow, like in terms of the Army of Darkness, you still get that ending in the end.
Exactly.
Because they had to follow the theatrical ending to get Ash vs Evil Dead.
Oh yeah.
I mean, if they had a bigger budget, maybe, but I don't know. I don't think it would have worked, but it would have been nice to see now.
Apparently, they didn't show the original ending because it was too much of a downer. They wanted, Ash to win.
Yeah.
And him waking up too late and seeing the Evil Dead taking over the world. It was absolute. No one. That's what let a lot of people down.
Yeah.
Well, I can see it because Ash became like an action hero by the end of it.
Oh, it was I do prefer the fun ending, I have to say.
So do I. But it's nice to know that other ending exists.
Yeah.
Also, you've obviously got the DVD, right?
I've got the Blu-rays and the DVDs.
Have you watched the extended cut on? I haven't got it on Blu-ray, so I don't know if it's changed. But have you seen the extended cut on DVD?
Yeah.
You can tell which bits were added in.
Oh yeah, I know.
TV quality, then grainy as fuck.
Yeah.
TV quality.
The Blu-ray has some of it, but not all of it, in comparison to the because you get the theatrical cut, absolutely fine, and then you get the extended cut, all the bits, it's just so grainy.
Yeah.
They've remastered some of it on the deleted scenes, but yeah. But one bit is what annoys me. Then again, it's obviously the director's cut. Is the choice of what was it? What was the scene? But basically the line was, the one I prefer is good, bad, I'm the guy with the gun.
Oh yeah.
And then I found the other one just, which is on that version, is the most generic one. It's so annoying.
And that's such a classic line, though, isn't it?
It is.
It's such a classic line. And I just like the fact that I love the fact that he manages to damage the jaw so badly that he's constantly going, clicking it back into place.
Yeah.
And again, it's just a cheesy film. The makeup is so bad. It's just, I can't watch Evil Ash without laughing, because you can see that's just basically putty on his face where he just poked holes in it with a buckshot.
Yeah.
But I think that's what makes a lot of this classic horror really good. I mean, the bad stuff's fun and the good stuff's better,
Yeah.
And I'm just looking at my collection here. Hellraiser, that's another trilogy that never had any other films. Ever. Except that new remake, which isn't too bad. But again, I didn't watch... I hadn't watched Hellraiser 2 for a long time after Hellraiser. We're talking about a decade.
Yeah.
I wasn't even aware Hellraiser 2 even existed. I found out in a children's hospital, by the way, that Hellraiser 2 existed. The same ward that we managed to get Resident Evil game banned.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's Resident Evil the game because in
What
children.
the hell did I do there?
I watched the virus. I was watching late night horror where everyone was asleep in the hospital.
Yeah.
I was awake, so I was just watching the horror films.
Yeah, fair enough.
And well, this was in Southmead Children's Unit, Children's Renal Unit,
Right.
and they had a TV which people could put to their beds, and you're allowed to connect a games console to.
Yeah.
And me and a friend there, he had his PlayStation, I had my N64. We were actually I had a PS1 as well, but we were playing Resident Evil.
Yeah.
And the doctors banned it because the days we were playing, our blood pressures just skyrocketed. Like, we're banning that now because that's bad for your transplant. You could burst it. It's like, oh, okay. Even though I was watching horror late at night. But when we go to slasher films, like I said, all the good old ones, including Scream, did this well as well. Is there was this nice slow build up, you know?
Yeah.
And I always take the Scream films as more of a whodunit rather than a straight up horror.
Yeah.
Even though Matthew Lillard and Billy and Matthew Lillard, yeah, they give away that they killed the person right at the start. And it's such a well done scene, but it's easy to miss because it's Matthew Lillard goes. They were talking about the kill, and Matthew Lillard literally gives away that they did it right at the start. But it's just the way he says it, just doesn't come across until you see the end of the film. You're like, wait, he said he done it.
Yeah.
And Wes Craven, a fantastic director.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's what I was going to talk about. Like, back in the 90s, back in the 70s and 80s, directors weren't sort of, though they might have been stuck to a studio, and this goes back to the 60s and 50s as well, actually.
Oh, yeah.
But they worked on so many different genre of films.
This was because, with our new Hollywood, so they let filmmakers do what they wanted to make, and that probably helped contribute the freedom they sort of had at the time.
Oh yeah, definitely, and it worked so well because I forgot his name now because he's actually one of my favorite directors. The director of The Earth Stood Still directed Star Trek: The Motion Picture, which that's like sci-fi, right?
Yeah,
but he also directed The Sound of Music.
Yes,
and that is completely different. It's just amazing that this one guy could direct two films which are almost polar opposites to each other.
It's like Richard Donner. He directed The Omen.
Yep.
Superman.
Yep.
Lethal Weapon. Well, all the Lethal Weapons.
Yep.
The Goonies.
That's true.
Yeah.
Fun fact about Superman. I got this really cool fact about the Superman film.
What's that?
His assistant, Jeff Johns, is now editor of DC. He became an editor of DC Comics and has written, I don't know if you can see it back there, but there's a load of comic books on the top shelf.
Oh, yeah.
Most of those up there are all written by Jeff Johns, who was the assistant to Richard Donner on the Superman film.
Oh, wow.
Isn't that really cool?
That's really cool.
Yeah, but you're right. And John Carpenter always tries doing different things with his films.
Yeah.
I mean, if you take his I can say Apocalypse trilogy, The Thing, the one with the Mouth of Madness, and the one with the devil in it in a jar.
Oh, is it Prince of Darkness?
Yes, Prince of Darkness.
Yeah.
They're so different from each other.
Yeah.
And I know The Thing's the most popular, but my favorite's from the Mouth of Madness.
Oh, that's why I'm gonna watch again soon. I found a copy of it.
Oh, it's such a good film.
Yeah.
But they all flopped as well.
Always. Don't understand that.
The only film that he ever actually had a big success with was the Halloween.
Yeah.
But I can understand why, because The Thing left people confused at the end.
Yeah.
And back then people didn't like that. Same with the Mouth of Madness. It left people confused because it's like, wait, was this real or not? And with the Thing, it was, wait, who lives? Who's infected?
Who's infected? Yeah.
You know,
Especially a thing with like you're supposed to spot it by like a reflection in their eyes.
Yeah, but didn't John Carpenter say that was a little bollocks anyway?
Well, I've always looked for it, and it looked like bollocks because it never seemed when I actually last watched it. Remembering that, and realised no.
And the other one,
it surprised me that John Carpenter probably said it was bollocks because
he's such a fucking troll. He's so fucking great. I love the fact that what was it? But someone said to him, "What do you think about all these Halloween remakes?" He goes, "This is what I think when they make Halloween remake. I hold out my hand and a check appears."
Yeah, exactly.
It's
Like, someone compliments one of his films now. It's like it doesn't fucking help now. It still flopped.
Yeah, exactly. The Thing is such a great film, and that's a remake, of course. And I actually have both.
I've got all of them actually.
No, I've got The Thing and the original Thing. The Thing from the
I mean, yeah. I've got The Thing from Another World, the 82 Thing, and somewhere the newer one they did.
Oh, the prequel / remake.
Yeah.
That's just this should have been a wake up call to Hollywood and why they should use practical effects.
Yeah. The only bit I actually like from that is the ending, and not just because it goes back to The Thing, but the way it connects it.
Oh
into
yeah,
the story. That's the way. I think the only thing I really liked about that film.
And of course, you've got the kind of sequel with the game.
The game, yes. They've remastered that recently, and they're going to release it soon.
Yeah.
Or PS5 and Xbox or whatever.
And Switch. I'm getting on my Switch.
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah. I love my Switch. I have 2 Switches. They're here behind me. This is one one tile I can use.
Yeah.
Just to show you how incredibly autistic I am. Look. This is the one tile I can use.
Yeah.
This is so funny. This made me laugh when I realised it. This is the one she can't use. Both the same colour.
Yeah.
Look identical. But because that one has a memory card in it, I can feel the weight difference.
Yeah.
So I know exactly which one she can use just by lifting it. Oh, I burnt my cigarette. No, I didn't. Never mind. But yes, The Thing is such a good film. And also it came out when E.T. came out as well.
Yeah.
That didn't help things.
You watched the wrong Alien movie.
Yeah. I mind you, if you took a kid to see The Thing, they'd probably not sleep for a while. Test my blood, please. But it was, I loved the suspense that it wasn't a gory film, but the paranoia.
Just gruesome.
Yeah. But the paranoia, the suspense, everything about that film outside the kills.
Right. It does body horror without the gore.
Yeah.
In a weird way.
And
one gory bit when it pops out of the chest when someone's pumping that guy's chest, whatever, and it just the fist will go in.
And he was a double amputee anyway, which made it even funny. I think it's funny now looking at it because he was a double amputee, which is an incredible bit of casting, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
it looks so much more real.
Yeah.
And of course, I mean, John Carpenter is good at satire. Because if you look at They Live.
Oh, God, yeah, that's a brilliant film.
That's a very good horror film. I know it's a science fiction, but you can look at it as a very good horror film.
Yeah, definitely. I'm glad more people appreciate a film now.
Yeah. And then you got Once Upon a Time, right? What is it? Big Trouble in Little China. Again, that film flop. John Carpenter is like the king of flop.
Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, do you reckon, like, he is the king of flops? You can't say anything bad about his films, but they never did well.
The flop father he is.
Yeah.
But
And what else? Because there's so many good horrors. But one thing that does drive me bananas is when they try in remakes or these reboots and stuff, they try to give the killer an excuse for being a killer.
yeah.
It's like Leatherface was abused. No fucking shit. We've seen his family. That wasn't a healthy home life. We know this, right? And then you got, of course, the Halloween remake. I mean, it's a good film,
Yeah.
but I don't think it should have been a Halloween film.
No, it's definitely a Rob Zombie film. But it should have been its own sort of. He should have just done his own slasher movie.
Exactly.
It was his style, anyway.
Yeah.
I think he could have got away with that really well.
But one thing he did really well in that, which he actually did better than John Carpenter, Michael Myers is in every scene.
Yeah.
After he escapes, he's in every scene. Like, he's hidden in the background all the time. And it gives you that eerie that he's always about. Like, he's stalking the town. Where in John Carpenter's, he did it well, obviously, with the car. But with Michael Myers just walking around, being everywhere, made it kind of worse, not just being in a car. Rob Zombie's a good horror director.
Yeah.
When he's left to do his own thing.
Oh, yeah.
And of course, he wants to show off how hot his wife is. Like Kevin Smith. Right, this is fucking weird. Like, this is the weirdest matchup. In every Kevin Smith film, except Clark's Fear, I've not seen that yet.
I've not seen it either.
His girlfriend gets her tits out. Right. If his girlfriend's in the film, she gets her tits out.
Really?
Yeah. In Clerks 3, it's his wife who flashes what's his name. And in Mallrats, it's Jolie Richardson, the blonde chick.
Yeah.
She was literally dating Kevin Smith at the time. Imagine that you make a film and you get your girlfriend to get her tits out in it. It's basically that I have a hot girlfriend sort of thing.
This is the moment people. I sent a link to this, by the way, to people to watch this. This is the moment. It's like the serious talk is now discussed.
Talking about tits and boobies because we're misogynistic.
I'm sitting here like, yes.
I do like a good
commission.
I do. Yeah, a good pair of tits, yes.
Yeah, carry on.
Oh God, look, I just think one of my favorite thing about my favorite type of horror is stuff like Silence of the Lambs, American Psycho.
Yeah.
Those real deep psychological horrors.
Yeah.
Like especially American Psycho, which does it well because you don't know whether or not he was dreaming it or it actually happened. And of course, Hannibal Lecter is absolutely terrifying.
Yeah.
And it's done well. And there's no reason. Like Patrick Bateman has no reason to go out and kill people.
No.
And basically, his excuse throughout the film is boredom. He's bored.
Yeah.
And the same with which in the original Silence of the Lambs and Manhunter, or Red, what's it called? Who fucking moved it? Oh fuck! Someone's moved it. I'm pissed off now. Oh no, that's Hannibal. Why is that moved? Oh fuck! I got to rearrange my DVD section. Silence of the Lambs next to 7 and no vacancy.
He's shifting again.
No, my house is fucking haunted. I promise you. Like Silence of the Lambs is in between 7 and vacancy.
It's be like the books from Ghostbusters.
Yeah. And there's Hannibal Rising and Hannibal next to each other. It's like where Silence of the Lambs should be between them. I tell you what, my stepdad brought me Silence of the Lambs. He did. Like I wasn't 18 yet. I went and I wanted to get the film. And my stepdad, I said, look, I want this film, Silence of the Lambs. I really want to watch it. He goes, okay, great. Can you go and buy it for me? And he did. He went and bought it for me.
Oh, fair.
And what was I saying? Oh, yeah. Because until Hannibal Rising, Hannibal had a good home life. He was rich.
Oh yeah.
But his taste for human meat is sexual.
Hmm.
And I think that's what made him particularly creepy.
Yeah.
Like, he had tried everything else. You knew he had tried everything else.
Mm.
You know, he was a sadist because he got, what's his name, to carve his own face up.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And he probably
Very
knew.
old character.
Yeah. I wonder if Gary Oldman, if it was done, you know, cleanly and not gratuitous at all, would actually show his real face on a film without makeup.
Yeah.
Like, he always has some sort of prosthetic on his face.
Yeah.
If it's a mustache, if it's that thing from Fifth Element on his head, the massive scar.
When he's Ned Flanders in the Dark Knight trilogy.
Oh yeah, and I'm never going to unsee that now. Like, I'm going to watch it. I'm going to go, hey, Dilio, Batterino.
Yeah, I just remember watching this. I think it's like an AI recreation, like what the Simpsons would look like in real life, and it's just they just put a photo of him from Dark Knight on as Ned Flanders,
and it works.
Like, yeah, works perfectly.
I could just imagine him saying, "Oh fuck me." Like, oh,
Dilio.
Dilio. Mr. Carino. I mean, it would be, that would be fun, actually.
Jokerino.
And like, he always does have this massive amount of like, because like every time from Leon, remember, he has the whole mustache. He must really love facial hair.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a bit in Harry Potter. He has a
yeah, he's in Harry Potter.
Yeah.
Holy shit, he's in a lot of
Sirius
films.
Black, I think it was.
Sirius Black, yeah.
Mm.
He's in a lot.
I remember because I found a card was facial that said Sirius Black. I was like, what's that? Oh, it's Harry Potter. Okay.
I finally
a long time ago, so I'm not the best memory of that in the world. So
I finally watched the last Fantastic Beasts film. Straight after I watched John Wick 4, which is so good.
John Wick 4 is bloody brilliant. It's
and
just
it's like
violence.
And honestly, and the best thing is, everyone has a happy ending.
Yeah.
Even John Wick.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
Who biffs it at the end.
Yeah.
That's technically a happy ending because he dies a free man.
That's it. Yeah. It's all done.
Yeah, it's done and dusted.
Basically, yeah. It's like the whole thing with like Star. Like, you can let go now.
Yeah.
Basically, that was it for John Wick, and I thought, yeah, fair enough. He could rest.
And people were like,
oh, he could rest.
And people were complaining there's not going to be John Wick 5. It's like, they don't need a John Wick 5. Expand the universe, fine. I might watch the ballerina.
Yeah. I still haven't watched the prequel miniseries yet.
I've got to watch that too.
What's that?
I've got to watch that too.
Yeah.
Because it's a universe worth expanding upon.
Yeah.
On how the table rules the world practically.
Yeah.
You know? And John Wick doesn't need to come back.
Nah.
And making him come back, I reckon, would just ruin the entire series.
Yeah. I think it's good that because Ballerina is supposed to be a prequel to John Wick 4, I believe.
Oh yeah,
which is why he's in it.
Yeah,
they filmed that straight after, rather than like we've got an idea 5 years later. Let's get him back. He might have aged a bit since.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see I mean, Keanu Reeves is immortal, so he probably won't age. But
actually, if you really look at it, because I was just been watching Bill and Ted. He has actually aged, but he's aged gracefully.
Yeah.
He looks a lot older than he did in The Matrix.
Oh, yeah.
But you can tell he kind of looks after himself.
Yeah. I mean, well, obviously, they said Bill and Ted. You watch From Burger's Journey to the third one they did. Straight away. I know.
Which doesn't even make sense, because at the end of the Bogus Journey, they both had sons.
I know.
He's like, now we had daughters. What? What? When did that happen?
I know.
What happened to the sons? Like, they could say that they had 2 children each. Fine, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just like, no, they're daughters now. What did we miss? Did they Did they time travel back and keep trying to have had a daughter? No, I don't like this fucking one. We'll do it again. No, don't want a son. Want to try again? Let's go. Keep going back and until we got daughters. God, well, that's just Hollywood for you at the moment. They don't. Let's see. This is what I was thinking. Like when I watched some old films, it's like this is what I realized, and this also includes video games and comics and books, or like all the media over the 80s and 90s, 70s, 80s, and 90s were always better because there was so much imagination, even in music.
Yeah.
Did you ever watch the interview with Frank Zappa?
Probably.
He was talking about how music had changed, and he goes, "I remember the days when there was a fat man with a big cigar." He goes, "Oh fuck it, just put it out, see what happens." And then the male boy who got up through the ranks is like, "No, I like this. This is what we're doing," you know.
Yeah.
And everything becomes so generic and the same constantly, just with a different coat of paint. And like if you look at comic book movies. What's your favorite comic book movie over all of them?
Favorite comic book movie over all of them? It really depends. I haven't really got a favorite per se, but like I like one of my favorites is Batman 89. I can't decide between the first and second Superman movie. Yeah, I just like both.
Again, it's only got 2 films in that series.
Yeah, exactly.
But
I never did any more though.
But look at it; it was all about imagination and making the character, well with its main DNA. But it was all about imagination. And if you look at modern comic book movies, and if you ignore the Marvel, you ignore the DC, you see so many better comic book movies have come from different companies. You have The Mask with Dark.
When I was thinking, sorry, but I just have to say, when I was thinking about favorite comic book movies, I was not thinking anything to MCU or the current things. I was literally thinking. I mean, one of the fucking films that came up in my mind was Red, because that's a DC one.
It is. I was talking about main DC universe, so Red would have counted. Like,
yeah. It's just that's the film I thought of first thing. Like, it's one of those ones I just really enjoy. So,
you've seen From Hell, the Johnny Depp film.
Yes, yeah, because that is Alan Moore, isn't it?
Alan Moore, and technically it's a DC comic.
Yes.
And there's the one of Tom Hanks, Road to Perdition.
Yes. Yeah.
Of course, there's Dredd, which was Dredd came out at the wrong fucking time.
It really did.
It came out in between, was it like 2 Marvel films?
Yeah.
So that came out at the wrong time. But it's far superior to anything Marvel or DC have produced at the same time.
It didn't help that it came out not long after the Raid.
As well, yeah.
Well, because that was just a very similar idea.
And people were saying that Dredd was ripping it off, where Dredd had been in production way before that.
Yeah.
And then, this is one of my favorite bits. In the original Judge Dredd film, Sylvester Stallone couldn't keep the helmet on. They couldn't pay Carl Urban enough to take it off.
I know.
Because he's a massive Judge Dredd film, and the director said, "You need to take your helmet off." He's like, "No, Judge Dredd never takes his helmet off."
Exactly.
And they even offered him more money to take it off. He's like, "Not gonna happen. I'm not taking it off." And that really made me smile about Carl Urban, knowing that he was so into the role. Yeah. And he played Judge Dredd just fantastically well.
Absolutely, yeah. That was basically the best easily the best of the 2.
Oh yeah.
But Carl Urban I've always think he's a brilliant actor anyway, and that just never proves it when the fact he just doesn't take the helmet off. He's true to the character. He knows the character. He knows what he's doing.
And you know how everyone says Henry Cavill is the king of the geeks?
What's that, sorry?
People have been saying that Henry Cavill is the king of the geeks?
Yeah.
I reckon it goes to Carl Urban.
Yeah.
He was in Star Trek, Star Wars, Lord of the Rings.
The Boys.
He was in a DC. I believe he was in a DC film.
He was in Red.
That's right, Red. There you go. He was, Judge Dredd,
Judge Dredd.
Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Like, he's just in geek films. He's in he's in all of them.
Yeah. It's like, currently he's in The Boys, which is.
Oh yeah.
And
he's quitting though, isn't he? He's leaving.
I've heard things about that. But probably not until I think the next series might be the last one. So
yeah, because it does need to end.
Yeah, it really does.
I think a lot of
it's becoming very not as good as it has been.
No, I wouldn't say it's bad.
No, I wouldn't say it's bad either. It's just obviously I'll finish it because we've got this far to it, but
yeah,
it's just a bit. Yeah, I get it.
They've lost. I think they lost.
I get it.
They lost a lot of the story, and they diverted from the comics so much that they don't quite know what to do now. Especially with Black Noir. Black Noir in the comics. Spoiler alert for a 10-year-old comic. Black Noir is a clone of Homelander in the comic. And should Homelander ever go rogue, he was meant to kill him and take his place.
Yeah.
However, because Homelander never really went rogue until, bad shit started to happen that he was being blamed for, such as the rape of Billy's wife.
Yeah.
When he started to go mad, well, that was all done by Black Noir.
Yeah.
All the bad stuff was done by Black Noir. And I reckon they should have kept that storyline. Because it would have made a lot more sense.
Absolutely.
And so at the end of it, Black Noir kills Homelander, and Billy kills Black Noir.
Yeah.
And all in the White House. But like I said, I think they diverted from the comics so much they don't know exactly what to do. Like they did with Games of Thrones. Like they kept diverting from the books to a point they couldn't go to the source material because it wouldn't make sense narratively. But they still had to continue the story. But it just, and that's another good thing about these classic horrors. Like so many were just trilogies, or they knew when to finish it.
Yeah.
Like Alien 3 was meant to be the end of it. No matter how badly the studio fucked that up. But that was meant to be the end of Ripley. That the whole point Sigourney Weaver only got involved was that she was going to die.
Yeah.
And same with they wanted to end Nightmare on Elm Street. They did. And replace it with The Mask. It's just weird to think about. But yeah, like I said, I'll show you. This book will ruin your fucking childhood. I'm not even joking. This book will ruin your childhood. Let's go to a random violent page. Not that violent, not that violent, not that violent, not that violent, not that. I'm not even joking, by the way. I'm trying to find one that's not too violent. Oh, that one will do.
Don't traumatize too much.
Look at that. That's
wow.
Yeah. Actually, I know what. Here's another one. It's not too bad. You can see that.
Yeah, just about.
Yeah, and that just shows you that just the level of violence that they wanted to bring in with The Mask. And of course, they kept changing it. It got the Jim Carrey version. Jim Carrey. I had Tim Curry and Jim Carrey stuck in my head at the same time because I'm an idiot. And it did so well, but the comics ended up being more like the movie than the original comics because it worked so well. And it's not the first time that's happened. The sequel to the book Who Killed Roger Rabbit, which is the book Who Framed Roger Rabbit was based on, is actually a sequel to the film and not the original book. But then again, the film did so well; it was brilliant. Again, a lot of imagination. The fact that Disney and Warner Brothers, Warner Brothers, worked together on this film, just showed you how different Hollywood was back then.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You know, they weren't just these
people make a fuss out of like MCU crossovers.
Oh yeah,
The OG, Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Well, is it even a crossover? That's what I always like. Is it even a crossover if they're all in the same universe anyway?
Oh yeah, that's true.
But
they keep saying it like that. I think well, it's not because it's a comic book world, and you know,
it's not a crossover. Actually,
no, it's not.
Because we are talking about horror, I can show you what is a crossover. Put this back. It goes here with the rest of the Dark Horse.
Oh yeah.
Here we go. This is a crossover. This is also a fantastic read. Batman and Spawn.
Yeah, but that's definitely definitely a good example of a crossover.
It's two different universes.
Hmm.
Like if it did, honestly, if Disney weren't so anal about copyright, they would, they wouldn't. They would. It would be great to see them and DC team up to have a Justice League versus the Avengers.
Yeah,
and they did that back in the 90s.
Yeah, that's
We
right.
did a couple of them actually. Like back then, it might be in the early 2000s or late 90s. There was a lot of crossover comics. Top Cow did some of DC and Marvel, which has one of us honestly makes you cry lines.
Yeah.
And you had Marvel and DC. I got Judge Dredd and Batman. I got Batman and Spawn. There's even Batman with aliens and Superman with aliens. They were really trying to experiment with their stuff and putting, companies were working together to make interesting and enjoyable storylines.
If only film companies can do that, really.
Yeah.
And they have the power to could do that, but they will not choose that direction. And if they're really desperate to save Hollywood, they could just potentially do that.
I mean,
make all the money.
Yeah, like Freddy vs. Jason only managed to end up working was because of the rights of Jason, and it was only the rights of Jason that they got.
Yeah,
which was absolutely fucking stupid. That's why they like Jason X and Jason Goes to Manhattan weren't Friday the 13th films, so technically they are because we didn't have the rights to the name Friday the 13th.
That's right, yeah, because New Line Cinema just had the rights to Jason, and Paramount still had Friday the 13th,
which is fucking ridiculous. Really,
that's why only recently they've actually sorted it out because there was a lawsuit.
Yeah,
for a few years, and that was that sort of came out after the video game was made because that was the first time. Well, besides the comic books that had Friday the 13th, but that was the first time a media product used the name Friday the 13th and Jason. And I think that brought out the lawsuit because of all these people's who own the rights, and someone's not making much money, so there was a lawsuit.
But obviously, they know there's money to be made in this because you've got Hellraiser versus Ash, I believe. You've got the Evil Dead versus Marvel Zombies.
Oh yes, that's a thing.
And it's a good thing too, actually.
I want to read the. I heard there's an Army Darkness. I think it's Army or Evil Dead versus Reanimator.
I believe there is. Ash has been in so many different comics. He's gone up against Freddy and Jason.
Yeah.
But it makes because it's weirdly enough, it makes money and it's enjoyable to see. It doesn't matter who. It's always cool to see your favorite characters in different settings that you also enjoy.
Yeah.
I was just trying to think of something because obviously you got all the Easter eggs in. Was it Friday the 13th? Bride of Chucky? Was it Bride of Chucky?
Oh yeah, because at the beginning, in the evidence locker, the Jason's mask, Freddy's glove, Leatherface's chainsaw, several other things in there. I think I've talked to Hellraisers in there too.
Yeah.
Oh, well, actually, there might have been, but there's another bit in Bride of Chucky where someone gets killed with nails
Yeah.
in the face. It's like, oh, he looks familiar.
And of course, they took the piss out of Britney Spears, which was funny.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, Chucky has never been scary. You watch the films and you're thinking like, how is this little doll scary? He's fucking useless.
I told you.
Like the first kill he makes in Child's Play is only because she was a fucking idiot and played around like an idiot to fall out a window.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
He doesn't even stab the cop. He just frames the cop with a knife and sticks it through. It's like, why aren't you killing him? This would make your job easier. And of course, we all love Jason because he doesn't kill dogs.
No.
Kills only teenagers. We respect him. And of course, he can. Oh my god! Every time I watch Jason Takes Manhattan, it always makes me laugh when he's just walking along and he sees his kids playing loud music and he just fucking boots it.
Yeah. And they have a go at him and he turns around and he takes off his mask, doesn't he? Yeah, we're cool. We'll just run off and he just carries on.
That's the way he does it. He doesn't even break his fucking stride. It's walk, poof.
Yeah.
It's just so cool. Like, because here's how stupid I think Disney are. The Spider-Man movies, though MCU, like Venom, Morbius, Kraven the Hunter.
Morbid time.
Fuck me. I like Venom, though. I enjoyed Venom. You know? Though, they're part of a different universe. Imagine if Disney just stopped being anal pricks. Same with Sony. Stopped being anal and actually decided to work together on a proper film to tie Spider-Man in. Properly. It would have probably made a lot of money. You know? Having Tom Holland actually in the Venom films would have helped. But then again, Andrew Garfield's a better Spider-Man.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, as a Spider-Man, he's really good. The problem is the films are shit.
Yeah.
And
one of the things about No Way Home is the fact they just resolved his sort of like ending of those ones.
Yeah. But that was all
2 years later, it was cancelled and we got the Tom Holland one. So I don't know how to that one then.
No Way Home was complete nostalgia bait, though. Remember berries.
Absolutely.
Remember.
But the thing is, that was their best thing they've done because everything else was shit. MCU wise.
And it's the same
plot.
Every single MCU movie is the same fucking plot, except Doctor Strange. It's you can literally sum it up in good guy has something, bad guy wants something, bad guy steals thing, good guy kills bad guy to get thing back.
I have to say the last, this is probably a non-popular opinion because a lot of people didn't like it. The second Doctor Strange, I only enjoyed it because it felt like a Sam Raimi movie.
You can always tell a Sam Raimi movie, though. I mean, if you take Spider-Man 2, when Dr. Octopus breaks free, that glass going up and you see the woman screaming in the reflection, you go, yeah, this is Sam Raimi. It's got Sam Raimi written all over it.
Absolutely.
And he's a damn good director as well. He's fantastic.
Yeah.
And he scars his stars for life by twatting them with branches. It won't hurt, Bruce. That just makes I just like the fact that he, and the fact is, you know, he's actually friends with Bruce Campbell.
Yeah.
Which is why Bruce Campbell's like in everything Sam Raimi does, even if it's like a small minor role.
Yeah.
He's in the first Spider-Man.
He's even Doctor Strange, wasn't he, as well?
Yeah, he's in the second Spider-Man. And I think the only reason, like the third Spider-Man, you can kind of tell again that the fucking studio had too much to do with it. And it's just ruined it.
Yeah.
studios need to stay the fuck out and let people do their job.
Absolutely.
You know, I mean, I don't think there's
Let
ever a good.
just do what they want to do and just let them the fuck alone. I remember, I think it was the making of Witches of Eastwick.
Oh yeah.
Because Aliens was a successful film, one of the producers thought we need to put an alien in the movie, and so in protest, the filmmaker I think Jack Nicholson, who was in the film, they just stole off set, left the set, and waited until he went off. And when he went off, they went back and resumed filming the movie.
I'm trying to think. There was a film which the studios tried. You could tell were too involved, but this I can't. We talked about it last time, and you could just tell that they just went fuck it and just did everything the studio wanted. Oh, Gremlins 2.
Gremlins 2, yeah.
You can definitely tell, and that Johnny Dante went, fuck it, we'll do what they say, but do it to a point where it's absurd and funny.
Yeah.
We want a Hulk Hogan cameo, so let's break the fourth wall. You know?
Yeah.
You can tell.
I love the scene where they this is one of the things about the film, it's just absolutely take the piss. It's just have that the critic reviewing Gremlins.
Yeah, exactly.
He's a real life critic as well, and he actually hated the first Gremlins film, and they got him to cameo getting attacked by Gremlins while reviewing the film.
I know. And that's what, you can tell that the studio really, you could say the studio wants a love scene in it. Fine, we'll put a love scene in it. It's a fucking female gremlin raping a dude. You know?
It's a love scene, that'll do. There you go.
We've got the love scene there. You know? And that's what I think makes it so timeless, because it's just everything you could see that the studio wanted was done to this absurd percent. Yeah. We need Batman in it. Okay? There you go. You've got the bat signal where Kremlin through the fucking wall. Let alone the wall is probably this thick of concrete.
Yeah.
But you know. But usually when studios get involved, especially with sequels, you can say that it's like, oh, for fuck's sake. Like, did you know there's an American Psycho 2?
I have heard rumors of this.
It exists.
Yeah, I heard rumors that such thing exists, and William Shatner's in it.
Yeah.
That's all I know, because I've seen the front cover and it says starring William Shatner. I was like, oh.
But it ruins the first film, because it removes the ambiguity of whether or not Patrick Bateman.
Have you seen this film then?
I have.
Oh my god, you must be one of the two people who have.
The other one's the fan. I just hate it. But again, it ruins the ambiguity. It's the same with you can tell this shit happens, like urban legend, right?
Yeah.
It's about a fantastic ending. You don't know whether it's a story or not. Like if this girl was actually telling the story of what happened, and it was actually an urban legend she was passing on, or that she was the killer that survived in the end anyway.
Again, another of those 90s slasher boom after Scream.
And it just works. And but they ruined that ending by, I think it's the third one, where you see her again talking to the killer of that film.
I've only ever seen the first urban legend. No, there were sequels.
There's two, and they're both piss.
That's why I've never seen them.
No, it's the end of it. I think it's the end of the second one, because the third one, like the summer films, decides to go down the paranormal route, like the supernatural route.
Yeah, that third one was bullshit.
It's like, yeah, we really want supernatural in a slasher film. No. Only the killer's supernatural, like Freddy, Jason. That's cool.
Yeah.
Not this weird ghost shit. Imagine aliens did that. It's a ghost alien. I better not fucking say that, because then you'll get ideas.
Yeah.
And Joss Whedon wrote Alien Resurrection. You can fucking tell, because strong woman, strong. God, fuck me.
Yeah.
She can't die. She's a robot. Really? Really? It was a poignant death. That was the weird thing about it. It was a poignant death. Winona Ryder, when she dies, gets shot in the stomach.
That's
That was a
right.
poignant death
Mm,
because it revealed a traitor.
yeah.
But her coming back ruined the fact that no one else knew he was a traitor.
Yeah.
Why would you do that? But strong women can't die.
Mm.
And of course, you have the big environmental bit at the end. Oh my god, this is such a cringe moment in any film. Earth, what a shithole. Yeah, okay, fuck off. Just fuck off right now.
I remember they go to was there actually a comment like that in the end?
That's exactly what Ron Perlman said. He goes, Earth, what a shithole. Like, just fuck off with that nonsense, all right? And again, the Earth's completely covered with aliens.
Yeah.
They were heading to Earth because this space station needed to be away from Earth to experiment on the aliens because no one knew they existed. But you zoom out and the fucking planet's invested with them. It's like, really? Wouldn't they want to experiment this on Earth so they can sort of sort this problem out?
Well, yeah.
And I see, and like Alien versus Predator is such a fun film,
Oh, yeah.
And again, the sequel just,
It's fucking shite.
it's like, why? Why did you do a sequel this fucking bad?
I know.
And they don't even do it right. Like, Freddy versus Jason.
And they haven't
Did it
learned
right.
either because, they did a recent Predator film called Prey.
Oh, yeah.
Because everyone wanted, what era will they do another Predator film? Everyone was sort of like, let's do one like with a samurai. He goes against samurai or something.
Yeah.
And they're just doing Prey 2. I think. And it's just another generic sequel.
But samurai doesn't work. See,
yeah, but I think people's ideas like another sort of warrior against the Predator sort of thing, and I think they just want to see what that could be, how they can do that. That's just probably the idea. I just think that's kind of cool. Like, I think if they choose like different, but then again, it just get I can't do too much. It'll just be the same movie again and again.
See, what people don't realize about the Predator, and one thing I do like about Alien versus Predator, is they don't go out killing willy-nilly.
No.
And I don't know if you read any of the old books, and they're worth reading, by the way. The Predator call the alien hard meat and humans soft meat. But they consider the humans a harder target to kill than the alien.
Yeah.
And he says because of our inventiveness, it's the way we do anything to survive. It's all of that does it, right? So only the highest ranking ones would go out and hunt a human, but they wouldn't just go out and kill humans. If you take, they would observe who's the one they would most likely be a good trophy for them.
Yeah.
And if the person isn't using a gun, they won't use guns. If that person isn't using a sword, they're only, doing that sort of stuff. If it's guns versus guns, they'll do that. And they're very honorable. In the Batman versus Predator, Batman even remarks this. It's like, how can this warrior race be so advanced to still sort of be this barbaric? But it makes sense because they have a lot of honor with them. Like the Super Predator wasn't trying to kill, the humans. He was there to take and kill a predator.
Yeah.
And of course, they're probably going to ruin that because humans need to be killed in a movie, and that's what ruined Alien versus Predator, Requiem, because the Predator just became this mindless killer.
Yeah.
So I've been talking about this for a bit because if you remember the first one, he was only there for the aliens.
Yeah.
It wasn't until the humans started attacking him when they became viable targets.
Yeah.
So, given the way the samurai are and the way the Predator is, and unless it's samurai already fighting someone else, whether he can actually say, right, this is a good warrior, and he can observe it.
Mm.
If that's not happening, the samurai aren't going to attack the predator, and the predator's not going to attack the samurai.
Yeah.
But, money needs to be made, no matter how bad it is.
I think so. They put that. I think it would just make a better Alien versus Predator rather than a Predator film with the samurai. Because I just remember in the first movie with the female character when she kills an alien, doesn't she? And the Predator just earns
scars her face.
Yeah, scars her face. Like she's like a
Oh yeah.
A warrior, just like them sort of thing, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, but that's something what was well established in the lore previous, because within that original timeline, because Disney likes deleting previous timelines and saying we have nothing to fucking work from. It's like you just deleted like 100 fucking books.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking idiots. Kathleen, I can't believe Kathleen.
Was that a Star Wars reference?
That was a Star Wars reference. I can't believe a fucking idiot. We have nothing to work from.
Yeah.
Really? Fucking really? I literally have 2-3 games in front of me that are 2000 and 1990s, like Star Wars games in front of me right now.
Mm.
I was playing Rogue Squadron before this died. But yeah, it was a thing they would do. They would honor other races if they helped them and fought honorably.
Yeah.
And like in which Batman was it? I think it was the first one. The Predator draws a gun on Alfred because Alfred threatens him with a shotgun, but seeing that Alfred was old and weak, he just ignored him. Just swatted him aside. But because Batman went up against the Predator with a baseball bat and won, by the way, the Predator just didn't use a gun, and it makes sense in the Predator in that sort of way of thinking of honor.
Yeah.
But again, the Predator is a good film because it totally subverted what people were expecting. Arnold Schwarzenegger, all these muscle-bound guys, that fucking handshake. That is so cheesy. That handshake.
You son of a bitch.
Too many pencils. And it's just, and then of course then it went into a slasher film.
Yeah.
And he didn't use his gun against Arnie at the end because they were both unarmed.
Yeah.
And Arnie only won because he was so inventive on how to defeat him.
Yeah.
Even though he decided to nuke the entire place anyway. If I'm fucking dying, you're dying with me.
Just to ruin the film, have you ever noticed the when the explosion happens, because it's seen from the helicopter, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not. It's just a still image.
Yeah.
It's someone's art.
Yeah.
It always bugs me every time I notice it. It's like, hold up.
It's like, I can't unsee that now.
I know.
But again, the film was so well done. How long did it take you to notice that?
Quite a few years back, actually, when I watched it.
But between your first watching and that noticing,
between that and first, how long was that? Long time ago.
Yeah, it took me a while to spot it as well.
I think, it was. It took me a while. It's like it's not that long ago I noticed it. It was probably about 5 to 10 years ago.
Exactly. This is what I'm saying. Like, this is what makes these films so good, because you only notice these errors so long afterwards, even though they're like so blatantly obvious.
Yeah.
Because the film is just ignoring.
Yeah, it's literally a few seconds on the screen. It's the only thing you see, and I think, good God,
it's not moving.
Yeah.
And like, I was just trying to think, because when I was I've been watching a lot of horror lately and playing horror games. And one thing I found, and always makes a good horror, is this. How can I put it? almost like they're deliberately made badly, but have such a good director attached, but they end up being good. And we know I was talking about John Wick and how the plot for the first three are just so fucking lame. He killed his dog, burnt down his house, took his job. The fact is, the whole series is literally based on the fact that someone killed his dog. If no one killed his dog, none of the films would have happened. You know?
Yeah.
And the same with horror films. Like, they got such... Back in the 80s, 70s, 90s, these horror films had such lame plot points, and they're not even really plot points if you think about it.
Yeah.
That they shouldn't even been able to stretch it out into 19 minutes into a film.
That's right.
Friday the 13th. Woman goes on murder spree because her son drowned because kids were fucking.
Yeah.
Leatherface is literally kids get fucked because people were hungry.
Yeah. Pretty much.
And Michael Myers doesn't even have a plot.
Nah.
Doesn't even have a plot.
Nah.
Which makes Halloween so good.
Hmm.
Why is he killing people? Fuck knows. Why is he choosing these people? Fuck knows. What's his motivation? Fuck knows. He just does, right?
Exactly.
And I think that's what makes a really good film, is because the director can just stretch some bullshit out for 90 minutes. You know? And there's no... Oh, God. Sorry. These new horror films we're getting with some meaning, context behind it that you should think about. Like the Babadook. Have you seen the Babadook?
Long time ago, yeah.
It's a good film. Don't get me wrong.
Well, I watched it again. I remember enjoying it at the time.
It's a good film. But when the director starts going on, it's always about how she's grieving for her husband and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's like, no, she's got an annoying twat kid and this ghost just wants to fuck her around.
Yeah.
You know? That makes a fun horror film. But adding all this, it's grieving and, it's deep. And grief's a nasty fucking thing. And, it's horrid.
Oh, yeah.
And this sort of just makes light of something that's absolutely horrid. And what else was it? The Witch? The Witch? Yeah, that's actually quite good, actually, because that's got no plot to it at all. Plus, people kill witch. Woman becomes witch, kills people. Yay!
Basically.
What more do you need?
Exactly.
And Cloverfield, I know you don't like Cloverfield.
I'm just not a big fan of
Found footage.
films when nothing happens.
Yeah, but what J.J. Abrams did well in that is the lack of seeing the monster.
Yeah.
And that's what, until it really becomes a massive threat to the main cast.
I mean, I get it. I just don't like it.
No, I get that. I get it. I get why people don't like found footage films, because unless they're done well, it's just literally someone go. It's that South Park video episode, isn't it, with Randy and the guinea pigs?
Yeah.
What has he got a camera on for?
Yeah.
But it made sense in the Blair Witch Project because they were video documentarians.
Yeah.
Where in Cloverfield, someone would just have said, like, give me that camera, why? Because I'm going to fucking yeet it out this window. Now fuck off. Yeah. And it would have been so much better if it wasn't a found footage film.
Yeah.
Or if it was found footage done by the soldiers who would have cameras for reasons.
Yeah. That is very true. Yeah, that would work better.
But having a civilian running around with a camera, which the battery never fucking dies. I want that battery. Fuck the camera. I want that battery. It survives 10 hours without dying.
Especially in those days. Perfect.
Yeah. You never need to replace it.
Yeah.
But I do enjoy Cloverfield.
It probably had the what was the episode of The Simpsons where I think it's called the Treehouse of Horrors, where Mars took the batteries out of the TV remote so they don't watch Itchy and Scratchy on Halloween.
Oh yeah.
something else instead. It's like
He's a,
they find this nuclear what they've just put into just hammer into the remote. It's probably one of them that's what kept the camera going.
That's probably what it was.
That's why what caused the Cloverfield thing down, you know.
But I also think
Film the camera, suddenly there's this giant monster just breaking everything.
you just imagine one of the soldiers going, "What's that nuclear power pack doing on your back?" Oh, it's with fourth camera. Do you really need nuclear fusion to power it? Yes, otherwise the battery will die. Oh, fine. But if it was done by a soldier's point of view, it would have made sense. Which is why it's why Apollo 18 is one of the best, because it's
I will watch that soon. I will watch that. I need to find it somewhere.
But it makes sense for them to always be filming, because you know it's a NASA expedition and they want to document everything.
I'm also just intrigued with the fact they've done it in that sort of scenario as well. So I've heard of the film, and I'll get around to it when it comes on TV. Never appeared on TV, did it? So
it's one of those films.
My own way to watch it. I think, oh.
See, this is what pisses me off about fucking streaming services. Like,
probably on Tubi, to be fair.
Yeah. One, either they'll have a missing film.
Yeah.
Like, you'll see the trilogy, but it'll be like number 1 or 2. Like, number 2 will be not in that series. Like, you've got to go elsewhere to find it.
It's always Lord of the Rings as well. I've noticed. Like, they always have the first one, the last one, not the second one. Like,
Yeah. Like Boondock Saints, the first one I believe is on Netflix, and the sequel's on Amazon. Well, it might be the other way around.
It's like earlier today. I thought, I bet that annoyed you.
It fucking does. It really fucking does. Like, I can watch the Cube 0, and I can watch Cube 2. Like, I can watch the sequel, but I can't find the fucking Cube.
Yeah.
You know?
Do you remember? When we were at the Odeon, and I found those collection of DVDs. I asked it was yours.
Oh yeah,
that included Cube.
I should have fucking grabbed that now, to be honest with you.
Well, you know what? When I looked in the thing, it came with Cube 2 inside as well.
Nice.
It wasn't even like a box set. It's just a cube. It was like, oh cool. Opened it up, see the distance side. Comes with both.
Nice.
Wow.
I'll tell you what, man. Like, charity shops are great, right? But if you collect physical media, charity shops are the best for DVDs.
Yeah. Oh god, yeah.
I got a box set with Evolution and Ghostbusters. I shit you not. There was a pirated copy of the Ghostbusters. Who you gonna call? You know, the female one.
Really?
Pirated copy of it. It's obviously that bad. They couldn't even keep the pirated copy. They gave it away. Like, and I fucking used it as a coaster for ages.
Yeah. That's funny.
That is fucking great. And I really need to get the Cube. I really do, because again, it's what is it about cheesy horror? It's so enjoyable. It's like horror's like pizza. Even if it's bad, it's good.
Yeah.
Except how do you fuck up horror? I never can understand this.
I don't know. The only ones I've ever liked on Netflix was the you ever watched the Fear Street films?
Yes.
Compared to anything else they've ever done, I thought that was okay. But I think it probably helped being written by R.L. Stein.
Oh yeah.
It's that sort of like goosebumpsy. It's like you watch on Halloween sort of thing, like a TV sort of thing. Like,
oh yeah.
Well, like Goosebumps, basically, just a little bit more because it's such a theme to it. I just found that compared to the other Netflix stuff, I just found that actually enjoyable.
And talking about R.L. Stein, I don't know if you remember, but we obviously remember the Goosebumps books, which everyone remembers.
Yeah.
Do you remember the Point horror books?
No.
They were written by him as well, but they were like they weren't adult horror, but they weren't Goosebumps yet childish.
Yeah.
They were like that right in between, which is weird because Point, there was
no horror, but I do know of them. Yeah.
There was a lot of point books,
It's
like
slightly more mature.
there
Yeah.
was a lot of point books. Like they had point non-fiction, which was written by Terry Deary of before he did the Horrible Histories.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah. I had the UFO book and the Shark book.
Yeah.
There was like Point Crime, which was obviously crime drama. There's Point Horror, and there was just Point, which was just generalized fiction.
Hmm.
And they were all enjoyable, but again, they were pretty much for mid-teens.
Yeah.
And even, of course, you got Terry Deary obviously went on to the Horrible Histories, which obviously became a big thing with, the TV series.
Yeah,
the movie.
it's still a thing.
Hmm.
Because I remember that when I was a kid, and it's still going on today. I think, wow.
And I think like the books are really fun as well because it was always that, it's the stuff that the schools wouldn't teach you.
Yeah.
And
they tried to ban in my primary school, I remember at the time, but people just kept bringing them in at protest.
It wasn't banned in our school. It was in secondary school when I'm so much older than you because I'm old and cranky and a bastard. Do you know what? I'll go in this bit of a tangent. My little girl was going, well, what happens if you get eaten, Daddy? I said, no one will eat me. She goes, why not? I'm fat, salty, I'm bitter. My history teacher he wrote textbooks for secondary schools. Martin Witt.
Really?
Yeah, so you probably actually learned from him anyway.
I probably have.
Yeah. He allowed them because he said they were accurate, and this is coming from someone who was a published author. He published history books.
No, fair play.
And he allowed them because he said they were accurate. They said that he sees nothing wrong in them.
Mm. I mean, they're looked at now as like educational stuff now. So I thought for some reason I guess they just saw the name and they just thought, yeah, this is not good or something. And you know how this country's like.
Also, because it was done in a fun way.
They banned the horror films in the 80s, and then now they're censoring fruit. So
I saw that and I was like,
so they censored a woman wearing, was it a watermelon or something like that on her shirt? She has a watermelon shirt on some brown t-shirt. They managed to censor it off.
But then again, I'll tell you what, I remember when I was a kid and the Spice Girls were on Live and Kicking. And they would, Sporty Spice, she always wore sports gear, but they always censored, because it was BBC, they always censored the advertiser. They would put tape right under her tits, which of course made every boy who was a teenager look at her tits. It's bright red with silver. It's like, woo! And I reckon only like Holly Willoughby only became good probably because she was attractive on Saturday morning TV.
Yeah.
On SMTV Live. But yeah, it's just weird how we grew up in it. It seems such a different era.
Yeah. There's one thing. It just reminded me to talk about censorship. My mum always told me when I was very, very young. Now, this probably just shows the era when they started censoring cartoons.
Yeah.
Tom and Jerry used to have a sort of a stereotype at the time. I think I could probably say a black mama.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's probably the term.
Yeah, you had the black woman.
Yeah, the black woman.
Apparently, she was offensive. I'm like, this woman is a hard-working woman, owns her own fucking house.
This is what I don't get. I guess I don't know. It's just, but when I was a kid, I noticed when they censored her out, like her scene was cut out in this episode. Because I used to watch them like constantly frequently as a kid, and Cartoon Network was always on in the house growing up. And one day they showed the same episode, and I noticed a scene was missing, and I started. Like, I went to mum and said, they where's the black woman? Where's the woman? And watched it as well, was in the room and noticed the same thing. Well, she didn't notice it so much, but she knows what I was talking about, sort of thing.
It's fucking weird.
It's just so weird. It's like as a kid, I just noticed those little things.
Like,
And I'm
it's
now,
weird how censorship
learning
works.
about censorship now.
Like,
Full circle.
with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, weren't called the Ninja Turtles in Britain. It was the
No.
Hero Turtles.
That's right.
And so many scenes were cut out of Michelangelo. That's why if you watch the original British versions, you won't see him as much as you would see like Raphael, Donatello, or Leonardo, because his nunchucks were
I was
considered.
about to say, is it nunchucks?
Yeah. And when I learned this, it was like, really? The nunchucks are the problem, not the big pointy sword? That's
I
not
know.
the problem.
It's so fucking ridiculous, isn't it? Like, I think it was Fist of Fury and Enter the Dragon. They were censored. Like, they just basically just cut the scenes where he uses nunchucks.
Yeah.
And it's only until about 1999 when those scenes were reverted back in.
Oh, yeah. It's like The Evil Dead was
As
banned.
you say, you got all sorts of pointy weapons in these movies. But Bruce Lee gets his nunchucks out. Oh!
I remember.
Yes, problem right there.
I remember watching an interview with Angelina Jolie talking about Tomb Raider, which, by the way, was filmed on the White Horse.
Yeah.
That's a local connection there.
I know.
And she was talking about how weird the age rating in the UK was. She says, I can shoot people, punch people, but if I headbutt someone, it's a 15.
Oh, it's ridiculous, isn't it? It's so dumb.
This is why I love... we're going to talk about Matt and Trey again, because we end up talking about them when it comes to censorship. The fact they had 299 fucks in this film just so it wouldn't get a mature rating. It was like...
one film which surprises me to this day, Face Off. There's a scene in that Travolta show. Well, I mean, the whole thing maybe, I don't know, but the scene is in there. But Travolta basically, he's when the face is what he's at home, he shows the daughter how to use this knife.
Oh yeah,
and you just, I mean, he suggests how to use the knife. That's in the scene still, but because the type of knife it is, you flip it around, what have you?
A butterfly knife, wasn't it?
That's the bit that's cut.
Yeah.
Not the bit where it's like, yeah, we have to just stick it in right there, sort of thing. Yeah. You explain all this to her, that's fine. But the flipping the knife, what he does with his hand, that's the bit that gets cut out. And to this day, it's still cut. Unless you watch it on streaming. Because
it's fucking weird, isn't it?
Streaming doesn't have those rules. I think it's quite of an open secret, but there's a 90s film called Mikey. I've never seen it. But it's on Prime and Tubi.
Yeah.
It's banned on DVD and video.
I tell you what is really fucking weird, and I saw this the other day, is Netflix has the censored version of Tremors.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's...
And I was like,
what's the censored version anyway?
Like, basically, the bad language is taken out.
Oh, well, that's fucking weird.
Not all the gory deaths and people.
Well, it's not exactly a gory film. It's just more fun.
Yeah.
Have you?
It's none of the deaths that have taken out. Of course not. They're not taken out. The severed head. But no, that's not taken out. It's the bad language. I'm just thinking,
so
like,
weird.
It just reminds me of, again, South Park when, in the famous South Park film. So violence and sex is okay, but as long as they don't say any naughty words. That's the line, is it? That's the line you're going to stand on. No naughty word, but brutal murders, yes. I was just sitting there watching it. I was flicking through Netflix, just trying to find something to watch, and I saw Tremors, and I'm like, oh, I like Tremors, and I was thinking, why the fuck is this a 12? Why is it a 12? So I started watching it, going, yeah, this is not what he says. Someone enough to know what he says. He does not say that.
Oh, that's interesting.
And again, it's like smoking in films as well. That's again nowadays like. That will get you a 15 or an 18 rating to have someone smoking a cigarette.
Apparently, in India, I think they have a warning bit when they have it at the cinema when someone starts smoking a cigarette in the scene. They have a warning bit saying, and it just interrupts for like a 5-minute segment and why smoking is bad.
Fuck me!
Imagine watching a film and that happens. I think, fuck off.
Smoking, like. I remember, like, The Empire Strikes Back is, I think it's going to be a 12A now.
Oh, really?
And it's because this is like the most absurd reason. And it's fucking weird. Because Lando's black. And I'm like, wait, what? Why is that a bad thing?
I mean, every Samuel L. Jackson movie is 18 for the violence and the language and sex, but to make it because he's black, that wow.
Yeah, it's like, what? A successful black man's offensive? Why is it a successful black man offensive?
That is such a strange.
It was so. I read the actual rating, like, because Lando Calrissian is
racist.
Yeah, apparently a successful black man's a racist stereotype. It's like, what? Fucking what?
Especially oppressed, damn it.
Damn it. You should be oppressed and not be successful.
No, he should be like moaning about life.
But, like, he's got it good.
Yeah.
And Lando has a good arc in Empire Strikes Back. He betrays his friends. He sides with the Emperor until he realizes, like, how fucked he's gonna be.
Yeah.
And then he just rebels. And he starts an entire civil war on his platform.
Yeah.
He's throwing his entire fortune away to fight the Emperor. And I think that's just such a good role model for anyone to stand by their morals and try and redeem themselves for whatever they do wrong. Like, and that just makes him such a great character.
Oh, God, yeah.
I mean, like, if you look at the original Star Wars, no one has a story arc like that. Luke goes from poor orphan to, hero of a rebellion alliance for reasons. Like, anyone could have actually made that shot. He was just happened to be the last one who survived. He was the last one. Yeah. Whereas in Empire, even if you look at Princess Leia, like, Princess Leia is, everyone talks about how she's a damsel in distress. Like, which film were you watching? Oh, she's a slave in Jabba's palace. She fucking murders Jabba. There's not one scene with Princess Leia where, yeah, she might be in, like, captured or in trouble, but she gets herself out. She fucking fixes that shit.
Yeah.
Like, if you look at the original Star Wars film, A New Hope, she's the one who saves everyone. But no one notices these things because they want to maintain this oppressed stereotype sort of thing. Like, someone had to save her, not that she fucking throttled Jabba. Fuck me. Like, that's what also made a lot of these films, older films, good, because they knew how to write women.
Yeah. That's all right, like, characters, not like bullshit they do today.
Yeah. It's like they fucked up Sarah Connor in the new Terminator film.
In Dork Fate.
In Dork Fate, yeah. In Dork Fuck Up. And how do you ruin Sarah Connor?
Ugh. I'm gonna go on a mission to watch all the films at some point, just to see how it flows. Because there's so many in there.
Yeah, good luck with that, by the way.
Thank you. I'm gonna show have a lot of this. Keep me going.
I fucking like Ellen Ripley, man. She's such a woman. Like, she's such a proper female in Aliens. She's a loving mother to Newt. She's constantly caring for Newt. She constantly, trying to look after people, and she shows this real feminine side. Yeah. And now at the end, she's a fucking backup, a badass. Like, get off her, you bitch. You're like, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Fucking yes. But she's not once you ever feel like she's a masculine character. Like, the only way Hollywood can write females now is like, it's a dude with tits. There's no femininity to them at all.
No.
And now the males have become pretty much chicks with dicks. And It's like, but why? Why is Hollywood plummeting? I wonder if you know how to actually do males and female characters well. All we do, she's strong. Why is she strong? She did it. I even ended up working out, like, The Force Awakens would still happen without Rey.
Absolutely. We'll probably have a better character to root for.
Yeah.
To be honest, I always found, was it Finn?
Yeah.
John Boyega's character.
Yeah.
More interesting.
Oh, he was.
But they just did nothing with him. I didn't know. I still haven't watched Rise of Skywalker, so I actually did absolutely nothing with him whatsoever. I mean, I know about the whole Palpy thing. Even though it says, I'm Rey Skywalker. Yeah, right. Fuck off.
God,
I know those bits. I don't need to watch the film now.
You don't need to watch it. It makes no fucking sense.
I made mine had it just to show me the film, and after about 5 minutes, I thought, yeah, I've had enough of this.
Yeah, I watched The Last Jedi in the Odeon.
Oh,
and I gotta say, I actually quite enjoyed it. It was a fun flick.
Oh, I get that at the time.
And it's really funny because when I was watching it, I actually first thought I was watching a fucking Spaceballs movie.
Yeah.
It's like, why is this dude cracking jokes? Why aren't the First Order just shooting his sin right there?
I mean, I watched it with we had the early staff viewing of that film.
Oh yeah.
And I went to that just because I was actually didn't have the next day working, so it was perfect. And I thought, yeah, I'll do that for a change. And someone was able to how was it? Gold Clemmy.
Oh yeah.
Got me a lift there and back. And I had a sneaky bottle which had cider in it. So I really did enjoy the film. Just as you say, it's jokey, stupid.
It wasn't a Star Wars film. That's the problem.
No, it wasn't. It was definitely, it's definitely a Disney film. The Marvel influenced with the jokes and shit. And it's by the time Yoda turns up as a Ghost Yoda turns up, this is absolute fucking nonsense.
It's like, and I realized something because while I was watching it, you know, when they were being blasted by the First Order and you saw the red stuff coming up, you think, holy shit, this is a bit gory. And I was thinking, this might actually be good. Then you got someone going like this, it's salt. Like, that's how they got rid of the blood bit. You know, like, they didn't know that by previously to landing on that planet.
Oh, that's
like, it would be sort of thing you would want to check out first, what the land was like. And of course, you had the whole Rose thing.
I was about to mention.
Oh God, I pity that poor actress.
It's funny. Clem also worked at another job.
Oh yeah.
And at that job, they had these bottles of water. I forget what brand it was, but they had Star Wars promotion stuff on it, and they obviously got them really early because it included the character Rose, and he had a bottle of it, because we just watched Last Jedi, which is he's chopping people off, and he was talking about it. It's like, I wonder who this Asian character was. Like, this is random because obviously at the time Rose was not in any of the films. This is the first thing she was in. And because they had one with Ray, they had one with John Boyega, Finn, and they had this person, and it's like, who is this person? And now we know who it was.
Oh, because I do feel because she had to do the worst. Sorry,
carry on. Sorry,
I was going to say she had to do the worst line in the entire fucking film. Yeah, we don't win wars with hate; we win them with love. It's like you just killed the entire resistance, you silly bent.
Oh,
you stupid woman. Oh,
I think it's shitty though that people bullied the actress for it.
Though. Oh yeah, like
that shouldn't have been the thing. It should have been the writers.
Exactly.
Writers.
She didn't deserve the hate because she didn't write the line. She didn't she didn't write it. And like, I think what's really poor is like John Boyega ended up getting very political, and he's pretty much ruined his film career. But he's a damn good actor.
It's such a shame.
And Daisy Ridley's fucking awful.
And she's still got a career.
Unless it's OnlyFans, I can't see what sort of career she's going to have.
Well,
But then
I
what?
know she's done something on Prime, and she does something. She does something like on these streamings that there's something she's in. So
Oh, I saw it. It's about
it's got a really awful name as well.
it's about a woman swimming the English Channel.
Oh yeah, there's that as well. Oh yeah, there's a Disney Plus thing in it.
Yeah.
No, it's got there's some film she's in. It's got a really awful name. I once looked up the film, and Google asked me if I'm all right.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Just going to look up the title of the film. I hope I can say it on here.
Yeah.
It's nothing. It's not offensive or anything. Obviously, it's like I think what's it called?
Let's hold a look.
The one you're talking about is Young Women and the Sea.
Yeah.
That was advertised somewhere. Yeah. Sometimes I think about dying. So dying.
Kills what? Well, let's have a look.
And,
The Young Woman and the Sea.
I typed in the title of the film, and actually I can show it because I think that should be all right.
We've already got a copyright strike with Jimbo.
Oh, fair play. But no, I don't know if I can say the D word, because we get funny about it.
Oh yeah, I see it. Sometimes I think about dying.
Yeah, about dying. Yeah, we said now it's fine.
Yeah, we're all right now.
No, it's because I searched it and Google asked me, "Are you all right?" There's a number for you if you need. I was like, "No, I'm looking for a fucking movie, man."
Yeah, I was working on a project which included suicide.
Yeah.
And so I tried to Google suicide, and all I got was like the Samaritan's number.
Yeah.
And I'm always like, no. I just
Yeah, I know. It's just like must have been a bitch making the Suicide Squad films.
Like I was doing a project. I was on a project dealing with serial killers. I was doing research for, and I was just looking at the end of it. It's like, if the police ever search my computer, I'm fucked.
I know exactly what you mean by that. I thought about that myself when I'm looking up things. And recently, I did some writing for a film. I never did it in the end, but I was looking up things like Ed Gein and all these sort of serial killer sort of stuff. And yeah, you say like if the police saw that, I think, what the fuck? Look him up.
He was a troubled individual.
I needed this like horror film, just sort of my own sort of take of like a serial killer film. I was like, oh, it's very inspired by the sort of like Egeen, and I was going to do something with that, but I never did it in the end.
Something we could work on.
Oh yeah,
it's just fucking weird. Like,
one of my
how has she still got a career? Like,
yeah.
I watched the trailer to The Young Woman and the Sea, and they had the line, "We're going to show men that women can do stuff." It's like, fuck off.
There was a film.
Fuck off.
There was a film she's done. I forgot what the name of it. It was none of the ones we just mentioned, but like, there's one where someone gets killed. Basically, it's like a vigilante film.
Oh yeah.
I just love vigilante movies. I don't care what it is. Revenge, it's just always, especially when done right, when it's done really well. I'm always a big fan of like things like Death Wish and that sort of business. Oh, yeah. And it looked like a very dark one of that. And I thought, ooh, but never got around to it. So
yeah, I do like a good like what I've said before. Revenge horror is one of the best. Like that's what made Hostel so good. It wasn't.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah,
it was just him going on a rampage afterwards. You know, killing everyone, and they were always brutal kills, like killing someone by drowning him in a toilet. It was brilliant, and I think they ruined it. Honestly, Hostel 2 is a good film. Don't get me wrong, and it does have that really funny ending. But the fact is, it should have been another revenge horror. You know.
Yeah. But this is funny you mentioned Hostel, because like Eli Roth went on to remake Death Wish.
He did. I haven't seen it yet.
It's good.
Is it best one with Bruce Willis, isn't it?
It's the one Bruce Willis, yeah. And honestly, I hate remakes of films I love. I love that film. I thought it was really, really good. Like I love revenge movies anyway, and of course Bruce Willis. Why not? I mean, he's no Charles Bronson, but fucking hell. Eli Roth, yeah. He does
Roth's a damn good
horror well.
Yeah.
And I think he did it well for that one as well.
He's a damn good director. Like, I watched
legit. I have. This is my to watch list.
Just show me your shelf, dude.
All Eli Roth.
What's that one? The green. Like, I can't remember what's called. The Green
Inferno.
Green Inferno. Like, that got fucking reviewed bombed by the left because it was taking the piss out of the left. And I just thought,
yes,
and you watch these people and you're like going, I'm siding with the cannibals because they're pricks.
Yeah. I remember that at the time. I thought that's fucking brilliant. Because I remember seeing the review bombs. Yeah, cool. I'll judge myself because it's something I want to watch anyway.
Yeah.
And when I realised their active is like, yes. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, like if I watched it in the cinema, I'd be cheering on the people going, why are you cheering on the cannibals? They're the good guys. They're doing God's work.
Cinema one for the fact it just didn't come out.
No.
Anyway, except I think it's one of those limited ones. It just appear in London. That'll be it.
Yeah.
I just but luckily the DVD came out not long after. So
it's a damn good film, and honestly, like I think some of his stuff, like Eli Roth knows how to direct a film, and it's something I've just noticed. Unless someone does a Marvel film or some sort of, stupid generic bullshit movie, that's when they get lots of so much stardom and they're just so good, right? And this includes actors as well, because I'm starting to find the actors who remain out of a limelight, just want, like Keanu Reeves.
Yeah.
And, you got like Liam Neeson. He doesn't like being a lot in the limelight, especially after his wife died. He just completely stepped away. They're the best actors. They're the ones. We were talking about Gary Oldman earlier, right?
Yeah.
Think about think of his films. We've got the Dark Knight trilogy, True Romance, Fifth Element, Leon, Hannibal.
Yes.
What else is he in? I'm just trying to think what else he's in.
Of
course, Harry Potter.
Darkest Hour.
Pardon?
Darkest Hour, was it?
I believe, yeah.
Churchill one he did.
Yeah.
That was good.
Oh yeah, because he was Churchill in that one, wasn't he?
He was.
Dude must love prosthetics or some shit, like.
Yeah.
But he's such a damn good actor.
Yeah.
He is. And you rarely see him in,
Halloween related Dracula.
Oh yeah. And you got what else is? Oh, he was Dracula as well, wasn't he?
Mm.
Nice. Again, more prosthetic. A dude must really love that shit.
Absolutely.
I
watched that not so long ago, and I have to say, I actually used to hate the film. I used to hate it. I don't mind it so much now.
It got a lot of hate because it seemed like, Keanu Reeves was before he really hit his stride in how to act, For
me, he was just Ted in that film. It wasn't Keanu, it was Ted.
Yeah. Exactly. And he was not hitting his stride yet. Like the Matrix films is when he hit his stride.
He tries his hardest for what he was trying to do. Like, he hasn't figured himself out yet.
Yeah,
he's not the best actor in the world, but now he knows what he's capable of. He does the roles. I mean, he does play a dickhead in there's a film called The Gift.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah.
That's got Shannon. That's got Sandra Bullock in as well, isn't it?
I don't think so.
Is that about the woman who has premonitions?
No, but there is a Sandra Bullock film that does that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that one as well. That was quite good.
In the end, she decides she has to die in a crash.
That's it. Yeah, that was quite good.
Yeah. As another, Sandra Bullock's an underrated actress when she's not in those. When she's Miss Congeniality is a very, very chick flick. It's all happy, fun, enjoyable. It's about a cop. It's who becomes a nice girl, and it's a very much a chick flick, right?
Yeah,
but it's damn good.
I've I've only got them on the watch list. I've never seen them myself.
The first one's really good.
I like Sandra Bullock, so I feel like I'm missing out. So,
Like that's something we're going to talk about late in a different video, but I think we'll just touch on it now. See, people talk about chick flicks like they're a bad thing, like a rom-com is a bad film genre, but there's some really good films there. Like the Bridget Jones films are fun,
especially when what's his bloody name?
Hugh Grant
and Colin Firth.
Yeah,
they have their little fights.
Oh fuck me! Hugh Grant's not in the. Hugh Grant isn't in the last one.
No, he wasn't. I've not seen the last one. I have to say, was it all right?
It's not bad. It's fun. It's a Bridget Jones film. It's fun.
Yeah,
like they all are. But Hugh Grant and Colin Firth have such chemistry.
Yeah.
And they're enjoying their fights. You can see it when they're fighting. They're having a blast.
Yeah.
It's like you can just imagine it. Like, let's jump through the window now. Yes.
Yeah, basically.
But I know the reason Hugh Grant wasn't in the last one is because he was getting sick and tired of being typecast.
Yeah.
And he wanted to, he's in the second Paddington film, which again is such a good film. And
well, he's basically established himself as a different character actor now because he's done those recent films with Kai Ritchie, and that's on Halloween. He's got a film out, Heretic, I think it's called.
Yeah,
and apparently it's really, really good. And
and I always find it a shame when you see these really, really good actors. Like Johnny Depp is a phenomenal actor, and everyone just thinks of him as like this drunken, drugged up idiot, which he plays most of the time. Don't get me wrong. But like the ninth the secret window, the ninth gate.
Oh yeah.
From how. Yeah, he's phenomenal.
From Hell, I actually like that film.
That's a comic book film as well.
Yeah.
Alan Moore again.
Alan Moore, yeah.
He's a damn good actor, but he got typecast as Jack Sparrow for so long. It took him ages to break from it.
Yeah, there was a thing today about he's gonna be they announced his new film. It's called Day Drinking.
What are we just going to follow him around with a camera?
I think so. It's some sort of thriller. It's got Penelope Cruz in it.
Oh, she's good. Oh, she wasn't in Traffic, but she's in another film with him as well, isn't she?
Blow.
Yes, that's the one.
Yeah.
I think of Traffic because they're both about drugs. But he's a phenomenal actor.
Yeah.
And
he's also doing something with there was something I read a while back. He's doing something with Terry Gilliam.
That's going to be a good mix.
Yeah. All I know about, I can't remember the name of the film, but he plays the devil, and Jeff Bridges plays God.
I've got to see that film.
And I forget what it's called, but there's several other people that play like these characters. I just thought, I mean, Terry Gilliam's sense of humor.
Oh, yeah.
Director.
Did you you seen Dumb and Dumber? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Jeff Bridges took a massive pay cut for that film.
Yeah.
Because they didn't want him in it.
Yeah.
And he wanted to be in it really badly. So he took
they wanted someone else, didn't they?
Yeah. But Jeff Bridges was wanted in so bad that he took this massive pay cut. And I'm like, I got to respect the dude for that. I really have.
Yeah, it's not Jeff Bridges. It's got his bloody name. Give me a second.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I was going to say, because talking about actors who don't get enough credit, because this guy, Ed Harris for a start.
Jeff Daniels, that's it. Sorry.
Yeah, that's right. Continue. Talk about Jeff Daniels while I just get this up.
Oh yeah, there's one thing I want to say. He got cast in a Clint Eastwood movie playing a serial killer in a movie called Blood Work
Oh yeah.
because Clint Eastwood loved him in Dumb and Dumber. He enjoyed, in particular, he was meeting Clint Eastwood, and he was quite nervous to speak to him. Like, what, you know, he's not going to talk to me. He's not. Like, and he just commented about how he loved the toilet scene, and he basically said, "We've all been there." You know, where he takes the he's on the loo and he's just constantly just shitting and diarrhea.
Yeah. It's like
We've all been there.
yeah, we have.
Block it up.
See, one actor
in the movie. Sorry, carry on.
I was going to say because like we see these really good actors, but we rarely, we never really make a big splash in the scene. Like I was just because we were talking about like Sean Connery. No, I just got The Rock into my head. I don't know how that happened. And
it's a great film. Let it be in your head.
Yeah. And one of the actors, David Morse.
Yes.
He's such a phenomenal actor. I'm just trying to think because like he never plays the leading role.
No, he's always a character actor.
Yeah,
and he's always really good. Yeah,
and it's like I'm trying to think. Like there's this black dude. I keep forgetting his name. Actually, I can get it up now because I was just watching Mission Impossible 2, and I can get him up on that. He plays always these minor roles, but he's always fantastic. He is. Let's see if I can get his name.
Who is it?
He's in Mission Impossible 2.
Just the second film.
He's just in the second film, but if you like,
this is to say Mission Impossible of Ving Rhames.
no, it's not Ving Rhames, but Ving Rhames is brilliant too.
Yeah,
and like I'm just trying to because he always kind of plays the same guy as well, and I need to find his name because I think he's phenomenal. I love it because he's also in. He kind of plays the exact same role in Alien vs Predator as well.
Okay.
What's his name? Do they even have a photo of him? No. Hold on. Let's look up Alien vs Predator because I know he's in that. Aliens vs Predator film. That's another series with only one film. No, the second one never happened. Look, I know he's in these films as well.
There's one guy that came up when I put in Alien vs Predator.
Is it Mark Ward? Because I don't think it is.
Colin Salmon?
It could be.
He wasn't in Mission Impossible, but he was in the Pierce Brosnan James Bond. Tomorrow Never Dies.
It could be because he always plays the posh English dude.
Mm.
And again, he's
in 3 James Bond movies. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, maybe it's that one because he's such a good actor, and I would love to see him in more roles. And sorry, continue.
I was about to say he's been in things like Resident Evil, Doctor Who, Merlin, Arrow, The Musketeers.
Actually, I'll look up Resident Evil because he was a bigger role in Resident Evil.
That must be the guy.
That's the guy, yeah.
James Wanshade.
Yes, him.
Evil films. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I recognise. Well, I've seen them.
And he's such a phenomenal actor. He is. Yeah. And let's see if we can get him up. Yeah. James. He's not James. Yeah, Colin Salmon. That's the one.
Yeah.
And he is such a phenomenal actor. Like, let's just have a look at what films he's been in. I knew he was in Punisher Warzone, Alien vs Predator. I knew he was in that.
Oh, that's the film. That's the film, though. Yeah, Punisher. Yeah, Warzone.
That's such a good film.
It's fun.
Again, I prefer Thomas Jane as the Punisher, but he He's just so cool in
I
that.
wish they did a sequel to that, but it's fun what we got because Warzone was fun.
Yeah, that's exactly what it should be, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's in the Arrow TV series. Obviously, he's in Resident Evil Retribution as well. Didn't know that. But like I said, he does these so many good roles that he's really good in. Like, he always stands out.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But he never gets utilized as a leading character, a leading role.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's in Die Another Day. You're right.
Yep.
And let's see what else. World Is Not Enough as well. And he was in Prime Suspect all those years ago. Oh wow. He was also in Lovejoy. God, I'm old. And Murder Most Horrid. Yeah, but like I said, he's someone who's I think we see this with a lot of actors where they get underutilized and we just ever see them as like background characters or not even a main character. But they're always good in their role.
Yeah.
You know? And I think it's such a shame. And you know, you have David Morse, you have Calvin Salmon. I've got this is the problem with them because they are good actors, but I tend to get their names because they don't hit these major roles. Like, who's the other one? The Sin City, the Irish guy in Sin City. He's actually Glaswegian.
Yeah,
the guy is actually Glaswegian. He's got that scar on his face.
Oh yeah, I know which one you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, he's a brilliant actor.
Yeah, he's been in quite a few things.
And obviously, because of his scar, he's always going to be a bad guy. Yeah. And he says he doesn't mind, you know. But he's been he was in Sons of Anarchy for 92 episodes.
Okay,
but he's an actor who
he knows what he's good at, and he's built his career around that.
Yeah,
good for him. Like,
I think these guys really need to get better roles.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They're the ones. They're always. It's those sort of actors that needs the better roles because they're always shining the ones they do now.
Yeah,
they could do so much better. So,
like, Sin City is one of the best comic book movies ever.
Oh,
and of course it flopped.
That's one of my favorites. You asked me about an hour or two ago.
And of course it flopped.
Yeah.
Because why wouldn't it? And he brings such character into his role as that, IRA murderer.
Yeah.
He's so sinister when he's talking about, a little like he goes, this gun won't do anything. Once you've seen people body parts flying about, a little gun just doesn't measure up. And you're thinking, dude, this guy's a fucking savage. And I'd love to see him in better roles. And I'm not, look, this isn't dismissed. But to be fair, many of the leading actors and actresses we get nowadays are absolute piss. You got what? Like Brie Larson. She's a fucking moron. She can't bring anything to a role apart from big tits. Woohoo, payday. I'm not even joking. Like, the only reason she was good in King Kong because she was wearing that tight vest.
What remembers from that film?
That's the only thing I remember about her in that film is two tits jumping up and down.
Yeah.
Mind you, big monkey, just brilliant. Fighting big monsters, can't go wrong.
Exactly.
And like you said, you got like John Boyega is a damn good actor, but he decided to go down the political route, so no one wants to fucking touch him now. Daisy Ridley's fucking.
What, is he a big Trumper?
Eh? Yeah, he probably is. He probably votes Trump, and you get these guys who are great actors. They don't, they don't go into the limelight. They don't, show themselves up on Twitter or social media, and they always get like minor characters. Like I was shocked that Ian McShane was in John Wick.
Yeah.
You know, and in like he's been an actor since our childhood with Lovejoy.
Yeah,
You know?
it's true.
That would be I tell you what would be a damn good crossover. I would love to see Lovejoy and Dowboy in the same film, in the same TV series. That would be fucking amazing.
Absolutely.
Like I was surprised to see him in that. And he's not a sinister character. And like at the end of John Wick 3, he shoots John Wick.
Yeah.
But he knew John was going to survive. He knew he was going to survive. And I think they literally I think they kind of showed off that he was John Wick's father.
Yeah.
Because right at the end he calls him my son. And most people go, "Oh, that was just a platitude," but he never says it in any of the films. He only says it about once to John Wick.
Yeah, that's right.
But he shot John Wick because he knew John Wick was going to survive the fall. He knew John Wick's the survivor. Like he knew if he wanted to kill him, it would have been a headshot.
Yeah.
You know? And he also knew that his suit was bulletproof.
Yeah.
And so he knew he was going to survive. And he knew he needed John Wick to survive to get back at the table.
Yeah.
So he always had John Wick's best interest at heart, even though it didn't always seem it. Because he was a good guy.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know? And I tell you what, I was shocked when they killed the concierge. It was like, dude, he likes dogs. Fuck you. Fuck you. He loves dogs.
Yeah.
I hate you from this moment onwards. And like I said, it was so shocking to see someone like Ian McShane as the manager, and to see him like that now was phenomenal to me. I think that was really made my day watching the John Wick films.
Yeah.
And then what else you had it? He wasn't a major role, but he played it well.
Yeah.
But he is old now. I can see why he wouldn't want to be a major role in an action movie. You know? But we get these fantastic actors. They never share a limelight. They never get, political on Twitter or social media. They keep themselves to themselves. And I think...
basically, it's the best thing to do.
And I think Keanu Reeves was the one who said it. But I think it was Keanu Reeves when he just says acting's his job. And Danny Trejo, another phenomenal actor.
I know he's not the best actor in the world, but
cool.
Wahlberg said something really interesting about like, why should I go political? Like, I keep it to myself. Why should I alienate my viewers? Like, why should I do that to people when people just see me for films, entertainment sort of thing? Like, he's absolutely fucking right. Like, that's how it should be. Like, the whole mystique of Hollywood is gone because of social media.
Yeah.
And I think I saw an interview with I think it was Mickey Rourke. Who was about Piers Morgan was asking him something on this interview, and he just went answer it, and it was like, whole moon mystique. Remember those days? That's how it should be. Still, like, just let them be. Like, let it be this whole. And it would be there's this like problem that people have with like, oh, we don't want to see him now because he's a twat. He's a political, what have you.
You don't ask the cashier at Tesco's their political views, do you? You didn't get into that sort of conversation.
No, exactly.
You probably know them better than any fucking Hollywood actor.
Although I did get asked that I knew it at the time. I was like, okay. Sit down, I'll tell you.
I got asked that once. I got asked that once, and no one ever asked me again because I gave the best answer.
Yeah.
Because, well, we need to know your political views. It's the opposite of yours. You don't know what mine are. I said, I don't care.
Yeah.
Whatever you say, I will be deliberately opposite to you. Just out of sheer spite. And the thing is, like, Danny Trejo, like, he's good at what he does.
Yeah.
Being terrifying. Which is why I love the old El Paso adverts, and where he's like this family man with grandkids and he's all cuddly and nice, like, dude, I've seen you rip a fucking dude's head off. And he was talking about stunt actors. And it's like, dude used to be a gangster, like a proper gangster.
Oh yeah.
And it was because of Robert.
Trejo.
Yeah, and it was because of Pardon?
I was to say the documentary is bloody good.
Yeah, and it was because of Robert Rodriguez he got his second chance. This is why he works with him so much.
Yeah.
Originally, he was hired as a bodyguard for Robert Rodriguez, and Robert Rodriguez, being a Texan, didn't want a bodyguard.
No.
Because I know how to shoot, sort of thing.
Exactly.
And so he gave him a role.
Hmm.
I think it was From Dusk Till Dawn was his first role.
Yeah, I think you're right. Did Desperado come up first, or
I don't know. I don't know if it was Desperado. But
anyway, I think it's around the same sort of time.
And he was talking about stuntmen because, well, you're this big hard man with this, history of violence. Why do you use a stuntman? He goes, because I'm an actor. My job is to act. His job is to be a stuntman. I'm not going to take his job away over something like pride or ego. No. And yeah, I get it. Like, dude's built like a brick shit house.
Yeah.
You get people like Tom Cruise who does his own stunts. I mean, big up to Tom Cruise for doing it, but someone's lost a job because Tom Cruise does his own stunts. Even Jackie Chan has to have a stunt double now.
Yeah.
No one will fucking insure him.
He's old these days, isn't he? So.
Yeah, no one will insure him. Like, he actually ended up losing roles because he said he was doing his own stunts. He said, well, we can't get insurance for you.
Yeah.
We can't insure you if you do your own stunts.
Recently learned that bloody Kate Beckinsale does her own stunts as well.
Oh yeah, and Chris Tucker did a lot of his own stunts in Rush Hour.
That's right.
And
surprising about people that are still. I think, oh, okay.
Like Chris Tucker, you wouldn't have expected it from, were you?
Exactly. Like that's the most surprising one. Kate Beckinsale wasn't so surprised because she does action films anyway, so
yeah,
maybe she's just sold like the same way that Tom Cruise sort of think. Let people, definitely the ego thing.
Yeah.
At the same time, I kind of see why, because it's like the whole Buster Keaton thing. It's like you do your own thing. You're doing an action movie. You do the action. I get that. I get why they do it. I wouldn't do it myself, but the people that do it, fair play to them.
I always wanted to be a stuntman when I was a kid. I just thought it'd be so fucking cool.
Yeah.
But unfortunately.
But then you read Jackie Chan's stunts and stuff, I'm like, oh, fucking hell. No, I'd rather not, And
another reason I didn't like hiring Jackie Chan is weird. And I can see it from a business point of view. And especially as a producer. Like, I don't just produce your work. Everything else I do under a pen name, pseudonym.
Jackie Chan as well. Let's get us together.
No, I don't know Jackie Chan, but I actually know the business reason why people don't like hiring him is because he can. It's not like you get these idiots like Seth Rogen getting high all the time. If he breaks a leg doing a stunt, he's going to hold up production.
Yeah.
If a stuntman breaks his leg, it's unfortunate, but you can get another stuntman.
Yeah.
And that's why, like with Tom Cruise, if Tom Cruise wasn't such a big name, he wouldn't get the roles if he did his own stunts because it'd be like, what happens if you hurt yourself?
Yeah.
Like, I know Mission Impossible 2 isn't the best one, but it's a fucking great film.
Yeah.
The first scene where he's rock climbing.
That's the bit I just think in my mind. I think, wow.
Yeah. And like John Woo.
Stunt double was Ben Stiller, wasn't it?
Yeah. If they didn't want him to do that scene like that, they wanted to do it behind a green screen. They wanted all that, but no, he had to do it properly.
Yeah.
But stuff like that can hold up production of a film. I live in a poor house because I'm fucking miserly. And yeah, it's just this weird thing which you see in Hollywood all the time. And like Kate, do you know what? I actually feel sorry for Kate Beckinsale because I watched a documentary on her dad the other day.
Oh yeah,
Sam Beckinsale. The heart attack at 31. Fuck me.
I know.
He was
good in Porridge as well.
He was good. He was like good in Porridge.
Brilliant actor.
Yeah, Rising Damn. He was a damn good actor, and everyone loved him. Apparently, like he could walk into a room and just he'd have this charm and loveliness, gentlemanliness to him.
Yeah.
Everyone just loved, and he always seemed like a nice guy.
I've seen an interview of it. It just seemed like a really nice guy.
And like Leonard, the guy who played Rigby in Rising Damp, who played Reg in Rising Damp, said he was like the best person he ever worked with.
Yeah.
And I was watching a documentary. This is how bad. Like, let's go back to Sensitive. This is how bad it is. Rising Damp would never get made now.
No.
And the thing,
actually, earlier on today, I noticed it was on ITVX. I bet it's censored.
I bet it is. The black man is now. Fuck me. And the fact is, yes, I want to say Leonard Nimoy, but I keep forgetting his name. Leonard Rossiter.
Mm.
Is that right? I think that's right.
I think that's right. Yeah.
It was a horrible racist act. Like, his character was horrible and racist and really vicious.
Mm.
But the black guy, and I forget his name now as well, because I haven't watched Rising Damp in a long time, said he loved just working on it because just the absurdity of it all, you know? And he said it's such a shame nowadays that things like this can't be made because people will get offended. Well, I think being offended is a good thing.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Because it makes you think and makes you sort of reflect on yourself and why you find something offensive.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly. Yeah. That's it. Like, if everything's censored, what's left? Like, if everything's soft and everything's all the same, what's the point?
Exactly. And
if something doesn't make you react, what is the point of it? Like, that's what you need in life. Like, things like that is to make you react. It makes you think. As you say, like, it just, that's the stuff I love.
I know, right? That's why we watch so many horror films, because it makes us react to it and think about something, you know? Maybe that twat deserved it, but, you know, we're disabled, so we get to think shit like that. And
the guy in the wheelchair for Texas Chainsaw, frankly,
you fucking deserved it, you little cunt. Oh, he's in a wheelchair. He didn't deserve it. He's a twat. He deserved it. And again, it makes you actually think of people, you know, it doesn't matter your race, your gender, your sexuality, or anything like that. It makes you think about the character and who they are. And today's world is so fucking wrapped up on what you are.
That idea today in a movie where the wheelchair character, you know, the fate he gets now, it wouldn't happen today because they've a disability. Not the fact that the character is a fucking asshole.
Exactly. They're so concerned with what you are, not who you are.
Yeah, this is the problem. Like,
it's like, you know,
like we just forgot how to, you know, what, like, common, you know, what do you call it? Like, people just seem to forget
how to be human.
Know. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I mean, actually, yeah, that's about right. Yeah, yeah.
It's like I have friends over all the spectrum, right? And not once have I ever gone up to them and go, "Hey, are you gay?" Why? Because I need to know if you're gay or not. Why? That would be literally the answer you'd get. Why do you need to know I'm gay? Or if someone came up to me and went, "Hi, I'm gay," it's like, why are you telling me that?
Yeah.
You know? Why do I need to know that bit of information about you?
Yeah.
Oh, just so you know. It's like, so you can... Look, dude, I'm going to talk to you like I talk to any other fucker, right?
Yeah.
If you're a twat, you're a twat. I'm not going to talk to you any differently.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't...
I actually know someone who got super offended because I wouldn't treat them differently because they were gay. It's like, you know, I'm gay, right? I went, yeah. Well, don't make jokes about me. It's like, dude, you're a twat. I'm making jokes about you because you're a twat. I don't even need to bring your sexuality into this conversation to make fun of you.
No.
Because, well, you can't make fun of me because I'm gay. It's like, I can start ripping on you for being gay if you want me to. You know?
That's just funny enough, you feel the way to do that not because they're gay, because that person's a twat.
Yeah.
You feel like, let's piss this person off even more.
Yeah.
It's only because they're a twat, not because of what they, you know.
It's like...
That's irrelevant.
And the thing is, like, I got friends, good friends who are gay, and I'll rip on them for being gay, right? And they don't take it seriously because they know there's no malice involved. Like, they rip on me for being ginger or, you know, being a retard. Sorry. Right? And we're friends. We rip on each other. That's what happens because we're testing boundaries on how far we can go and how much you can trust someone. Like, my best friend, I've known since college. We don't speak so much at the moment because he's all the way in Salisbury and he's on Xbox while I'm on PlayStation. Even though I wanted to be on PlayStation, you know. And the thing is, we rip on each other all the time, and we've done it since the first day we met. He's the godfather to Talia, and so that's kind of what friendship's about. Like, it's not like I would trust him to the end of the earth. Like, I'd trust you as well, man. Like, I love you. I love you. And the thing is, because if you don't have that, like, we don't have that ripping on each other, you don't know how much you actually know about someone. You're always nice to someone. You're always kind. You're always saying nice things. You don't really know the person and how far you can go with them.
Yeah.
It's always that very shallow. But when you start ripping on them, just for comedy's sake, like just for having a bit of a laugh, as soon as you say something like, dude, I don't like that, you know, you can go, right, that's a boundary. I know I can go to this point, you know?
Yeah.
And with different people, it's going to be different boundaries, you know? And that's the thing. That's what happens.
Oh, yeah.
You know? And it's just weird that...
You ever meet someone who's just overly offended, you just don't want to know at all.
Oh, God.
Because you just know they're going to be insufferable.
Like,
I know some people are that, just that. And I think, nah.
I've offended someone for calling myself a retard. I said, like, I think it wasn't in the Odeon, it was somewhere else. It was in a different job. And I went, damn, I'm so fucking retarded. They said, oh, you can't say that. I went, why not? Oh, that's right. It was actually one of Talia's teachers. Now, context needed, she is in a special school. And I said, I'm so fucking retarded and broken. She goes, you can't say that here. I was like, why not? Because that's an offensive word. I'm not offended. Oh, just because you're not doesn't mean other people aren't. It's like, well, I'm talking about myself. You know? I'm a broken fucking cripple of all sorts of shit. You know? You go, oh, you're not broken. Like, I'm fucking busted, sweetheart. I'm fucking busted. You know? I'm being a country boy. Like, I
get that because I'll be the same. So,
like, being a proper country boy, like a good old boy. I call girls sweetheart, right? I go, you know, and I'll use things like baba and, you know, proper Wiltshire slang. And I've got to obviously talk more posh for this than I would normally, especially if I'm rat ass. It's completely different. I sound like a fucking Wurzel. Yeah, easy. These side up. And
oh my God, sir later.
You ain't me gold gun flanking, are you? And anyway, so, and he's like, and I'll talk to people and I said, all right, so how are you doing and all that, and they'll go, can't call me sweetheart. And like, and I can call you a fucking bitch if you wish. But sweetheart is the one you prefer.
Yeah.
It's like, but that's so misogynistic. I called you something nice. You know?
Yeah.
It's like, but it's a misogynistic. It's like, all right then, cunt. You can't call me that.
Well, I literally would do the exact same thing.
I'll tell you what made me laugh. Like, someone literally, like, on Facebook. No, was it Facebook or Twitter? He just left it and called me a retarded prick, and I went, "Oh, you're ableist now," you know. And I thought, because I can call you much worse. And yeah, I fucking doubt that, mate. I fucking doubt you call me anything worse. I doubt you could offend me. And he fucking tried. Like, he just kept going on my autism, going on my autistic prick and all this. It's like, yes, this shit's not gonna work. No. And I managed to get under his skin because I called him Joseph McGallis, you know, the German scientist who experimented on autistic children.
Oh yeah.
And he goes, "Oh, you think that's offended, Siva?" No. You're also anti-Islam. You're also Islamophobic. So you're actually worse than Jason McCallie. He's like, and he couldn't insult me after that. Like, I found his line, and I was like, you can't. It doesn't work on me, man. Like, I've been ginger my entire life, so I know what it's like to be fucking picked on by words, right? Like, at the point you just go. I've heard that one before. Can you just try something new? It's not offensive that you called me it. It's offensive that I fucking heard it so many times. You know? And yeah, it's just stupid, to be honest with you. It's funny as fuck, though.
Yeah.
Oh, there's something deeply wrong with me. I must be masochistic or some shit.
I mean, I completely get that as well. So there must be something wrong with me as well. So
It's really fucking funny, man. And these people who get offended they're never offended by anything that actually affects them. I think that's what really does piss me off more than anything. Like, if I was to be offended by like these people, like if someone's saying retard, and it's the person getting offended by it who's not even mentally impaired, it doesn't affect them at all. It's like, why are you being offended for me? Do you know how hard it is to hear this? It was aimed at me. I'm not offended. Why the fuck are you offended on my behalf?
I remember actually trying to explain it to someone. I think I offended them by just saying, "Hey, it's my N word. Leave it."
I do that. I go, "That's my word. That's our word."
Toilet when I said that.
That's our word.
Again.
You can't say that word. That's our word. The R word is our word.
And it's like, please don't say that again. I was like, why not? Say the truth.
I say, well, someone did this. Like, you can't use that. And my usual one is like, so you're going to steal from me? It's like, what am I stealing? You're stealing my own ownership of my autism. I own that shit. That's why I joke about it.
Exactly.
Like, I'll never get this conversation. I used to work for Sky Broadband.
All right.
Yeah. And not sales. I fixed things. I always get in trouble for fixing shit.
Oh,
I was fixing it the wrong way, but no one called back.
Yeah.
And this guy came up to me, a good friend of mine, came up to me and said, "Dude, I got a joke for you. But it might be a bit offensive for you." It's like, "But I know you. I don't think you'll take it the wrong way." It's like, "All right." He goes, "What sits in the corner and takes the piss?" The dialysis machine. And I was on dialysis at the time. You know? I thought it was fucking great.
Yeah.
I loved it. But then again, maybe because I got thicker skin than most.
Yeah.
Dude, we've been going for an hour, 2.5 hours now.
I noticed the time of it.
Dude, I got nothing to do tomorrow. So
what's that? Sorry,
I got nothing to do tomorrow.
Oh, that's all right then.
Yeah, but I'm gonna go shopping when I talk to you. Actually,
I think till about 2:00 tomorrow, so it's not too bad.
Oh, what you got? Oh, where's your interview? You got your interview with Co-op, hadn't you?
Today I did, yeah. I know today. Yesterday I got a second one Friday.
Oh, good luck with that, man.
Thank you.
I'll pray for you because you're an atheist, and I'm going to offend you.
Thank you.
Why do atheists get offended by me going, "Look, I'm a Christian. I'll pray for you." Like, "Oh, that's offensive." Why are you offended? Because I'm thinking about you and wishing you good luck.
Oh yeah, I always got that anyway. So
it's like, oh, but it's offensive. Why are you offended? Why?
Like, I'm not. When I say an atheist, I'm not in terms of I'm not like a Christian. Like, I'm not a religious. Like, I'm open-minded, but I'm not.
Oh, I know what you mean.
I'm not like against people that are either. So like people just like, yeah. And as you say, when you say pray, yeah, you're thinking about someone. Like, yeah, I get that. People get
like,
you're offended by it. Like,
why are you offended by this?
Yeah, exactly. What's the point?
well, it's like this doesn't do anything. Well, I could tell you to fuck off.
Fair enough, but that's an excuse. This is fair enough, but
And no, I'm a Christian. I go to church every Sunday.
Oh, fair play.
It's actually pretty good for my autism, to be honest with you, because it's got me into a situation where I've got a decent routine where I can do the same thing every Sunday. It works for me. You know?
Yeah, there's actually talk about routine is one of the things about this job that I'm hoping to get is it's going to be an early morning starts, and I like to have it attracts me only because the fact that I get more of a routine done.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
I just need that in life because I just feel a bit. I just think with nothing at the moment, it just feels a bit hopeless. Not
Well, I know what you mean.
awful when
I
I
mean,
say that, but it's just feel like there's just nothing going on, and I wish there was something more, and then things be back to normality for me. So
that's a good. It's a good thing that we do this the same time every week, then, isn't it?
yeah, I have to
But-
say it's one of the things that keep me going at the moment. So
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Hmm.
I mean, if you get this job, we'll obviously work around that. You know.
I've been thinking about that a lot. Hopefully, I did say I need Wednesdays off. So
yeah. Well,
hopefully,
yeah.
because I need Wednesdays off for certain things anyway. So
Hmm.
that will hopefully mean because even if I do have a working on a Tuesday, the latest I'll finish work and be 10 o'clock
in the morning or at night.
I'll probably be more in the morning anyway. So I'll be doing bakery stuff. So, but if I'm doing later stuff, the latest I'll be finishing by 10. So,
Oh, that's good then.
Hmm.
And yeah, look, I'm actually quite like it's fucking weird. I'm in a good position right now, and I just done my shopping as well. 40 fucking
Nice.
quid. 40 quid for one person.
Wow.
And I went to fucking Iceland because I'm cheap.
I wish I could Iceland instead of it's not my choice of shopping. So,
And I got to buy food for tomorrow because I can't get delivery. But I got to get a food for the 31st because I can't get delivery tomorrow, which I would usually do because I'd pay the extra. But anyway, 40 quid for just 2 weeks' food. Fuck me. Anyway, but yeah, like, it's really fucking weird, man. Like, why? What? Just like, why can't people just be people anymore? Why do they have to be a thing? That's what it is. It doesn't matter. They have to be a thing. They have to be a what? It's like these things don't even fucking like.
What else? This reminds me. When I was a kid, I well, obviously just couldn't spell. I was very, very young. Like I was putting like words on like things like this is a door. This is a. If I don't know what it is, I put thing, and the way I spell thing was without the N, so it said fig. And every time my dad just took the piss. So what's that? A fig? I just said that for no, that's someone that's a thing. Yeah, they're a fig. Just from my perspective, now that's a thing. Well, fig, sorry, so, but you know.
See, another thing I tell you what I think offends them the most, and this is probably the biggest thing that offends them, and is when you just go, like, what's your point? You just go, do you know what? I don't fucking care.
Yeah.
Oh, this person's gay. Don't care.
Don't care, I know.
Like, it doesn't bother me at all. Oh, you're being homophobic.
How people, it doesn't matter.
And you're going, well, you're being homophobic. How the fuck am I being homophobic? Well, you don't care that he's gay. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't even register in my mind to make that an important part of his character. It's the same thing.
Absolutely trolled them afterwards. Explain that you're not this person, and then anyway, burn to the fucking stick.
I think what made me like
just to wind them up.
I tell you what, I got bored, so I did a couple of applications to like really progressive places, and I got interviews. And I say, okay, and they said, "Oh, you put your gender as ever. What did you put? Seeking. What sort of gender is that? It's a rescue helicopter, and you need to refer to me as or okay. Those are my pronouns. Are you taking the piss? I'm sorry. Are you refusing to acknowledge my identity as a rescue helicopter? And they're like, "Oh, you're just taking a piss." Like, I'm offended that you would do that to me. I never got the job because I just fucking wind them up.
Oh, my mum. Oh my god. They asked for pronouns in my badge.
Oh yeah.
They gave her leaflets. Yeah, I'll do it. She put fucking off. still works there. They know exactly what she's gonna say. So she said, "Oh yeah, cool. Fuck off."
Honestly, if Odin did that to us, mine would be none of your business.
If I was ever, because I thought this at the time, if they ever asked me this, I'm gonna put in AS Film Productions.
I do.
I have advertise.
Yeah. Those aren't real pronouns. I'm offended. But the thing is, they do want to be notified as a what, not a human. Like, to even think that they're human is probably the most offensive thing you could do to them.
Yeah.
It's like, why don't you don't like me because I'm gay? No, I don't like you because you're a cunt.
Well, yeah.
Or is it because I'm gay? No, I just told you because you're a cunt.
Gay is irrelevant. Like, you can do whatever you want. Like, it doesn't matter.
You could be. I'll tell you what made me laugh on South Park. He says, you can't use fag. Why? But pirates don't like it. Fucking brilliant.
Oh.
And that's what I like about Madston and Trey Parker. Like, they know how to piss everyone off.
Oh god, yeah, they do it perfectly.
And even when you don't think they're not, like, have you seen the new special with Disney?
What, put chicken in and make it gay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing is, they are subtly ripping on the right at the same time.
Yeah.
Because you realise it was Herrick who wrote all the fucking letters.
Yeah.
How they've both taken both extremes, and that's what I think South Park's really good at. They can do with satire so fucking subtly.
Oh god, yeah.
You know, and so can the boys. Like, the boys can do it subtly too, but apparently the left doesn't get subtle, even though they tend to try and rip people. Like, you don't get the satire. That's why you like Homelander. Look, I like Homelander because he's a damn good character. He's a bad guy. We like him because he's a bad guy. And of course, if you...
Oh, this is what I didn't watch the new Joker, but this is one of the things I hate about the fact that they've turned against the audience with this new one, is that they've done a film about mental health. Essentially, what that is, the first one was. I remember I looked at my old reviews and yeah, that's basically what I said at the time, just as I remembered it. And apparently, this film was this is against the incels, the right wing, blah blah, whatever bullshit thing they make up in you know. And I thought, no, I remember the first film highlights mental health, and I thought you sort of sympathise with the character, and but at the same time you sort of thought what's going to happen next, sort of thing,
and they did it. Wow.
Yeah.
Like, you could understand, like, his isolationism, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah.
And how broken the system is to be, if you do have mental health issues, how broken the system is how hard it is to get help.
God, yeah, like, the whole help, like, way help, he was sort of getting, like, he had those meetups with the, what was it, that woman that was talking to him, about like he's supposed to be taking his pill, blah blah blah. It was nothing that was actually helping him. It was just sort of, yeah. He just became the Joker, basically. He just became, from what his mind was going through the shit. He was, you know, where people mistreat him in the streets and that sort of business. He just became that character because of that. Nothing to do. No one was helping whatsoever. They just didn't give a shit. Well, really, just didn't give a shit. It's like, yeah.
And modern day psychiatry is fucking useless because it's all about what's happening today to try and fix it. It's not about what's happening today. It's what happened originally, and it's and the thing is, they're so scared of upsetting someone, but psychiatry has to upset people because they have to get down to that root on getting them fixed.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's how it needs to be done, but no one understands that anymore. It's just that film just perfectly examines how the whole system is fucked.
Oh yeah, and
brilliantly.
And it talks about the broken American system, but it highlights how broken the British system is.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And
I can reflect on the fact that I remember asking for this is for personal experience, I don't mind sharing this. I was going for a really tough time about 5 years ago, and I went to a doctor to ask for help. And all they fucking said was, "We don't have any pills for that." I was like, I'm not asking for pills. I don't want to be numb for the rest of my life. I just want to like somehow some help. Like, if there's anyone to talk to me, I think there was nothing like that to just like, you know. At least the Joker has someone to talk to, that even though she was fucking useless.
Yeah.
I didn't even get that.
It's why self-medication is so prevalent with the mentally ill.
Yeah.
It's that to feel normal.
And
this is why it annoys the shit out of me. I wouldn't say I was offended by it, but it annoys the shit out of me when you say you're not broken. It's like, yeah, I know I'm fucking broken, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I shouldn't be the sort of person that when I get bored of a conversation, I just walk away.
Yeah.
You know, that's not normal social behavior.
No.
And, you know,
the way people are these days is the right way to do.
It fucking is, right? You know, and I shouldn't be the sort of person that can just look at someone and go, yeah, I don't fucking like you. You know, but I've not said a word. It's like, no, I just don't like you. Why don't you like me? I don't know why. There's something about you I just don't like, and you put me off.
Yeah.
You know, that's not normal social behavior. And if people were honest, they would admit this sort of behavior, especially if you're autistic like us. We admit this. We know we're broken, but then when people say, "Oh, you're not broken," and people go, "Oh, non-neurotypical types aren't broken," it's like, we are broken. We know we are broken. We know what we do isn't right, but we can't help ourselves.
I mean, if everyone comes to me and says I'm not broken first time, well,
you know? And it's like, I have ADHD, right? And it can be really severe when I'm particularly anxious. Like, I'll fidget like fuck. And I've discovered that smoking helps.
You said.
And it does. It's nicotine.
It's in the worst aspect of it as well, isn't it?
Yeah. It's the addictive part that helps you. But that's the problem. Like, if I go to a doctor and say, look, I want to go on patches. Do you smoke? Yes, we'll do it because you want to quit smoking. I don't want to quit smoking. I need the nicotine so I can feel normal.
Yeah.
You know? And they just won't listen. My dad was, I'm pretty sure my dad was autistic, but he drank himself, you know, like for him to feel normal, he had to drink. You know?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to say his name, but I know someone who's on the same spectrum as me, and basically he smokes now. And he said he used to drink, and he quit a long time ago.
Yeah.
And now he smokes, and he basically said that helps.
Yeah.
He doesn't smoke cigarettes. He smokes vapes. He never liked. I don't know what's, but he has the nicotine ones, and he says that helps.
Yeah.
So he never liked cigarettes, so he just never liked the smell of it, sort of thing.
Oh, I get that. I really do. And the thing is, like, if we were to say to the people, like, we just want to feel normal, it's like, but you are normal. It's like, no, I'm fucking not. Right? How are you not normal? Right now, I want to run around and climb trees. I'm a 40-year-old man. I should not want to do that. It's not social. It's not something I should want to do. And luckily, I was really lucky in secondary school because my maths teachers and my history teachers kind of spotted it in me. You know, it was my history teacher that was constantly pushing for me to be tested. And because and this is back in the 90s. This just shows you how bad it was in the 90s. Because I was a high achiever.
Yeah.
I was in the top class for everything. And, you know, I had no issues with the work or anything like that. They didn't want to test me because obviously there's nothing wrong with me because I was high achieving. I was like blasting through maths, and I wasn't even trying. You know, I didn't have to try. So they didn't think there was anything wrong with me. But if it was today, they would say, right, obviously, and I'd get hyperactive in class, I'd get disruptive in class because I was fucking bored.
Yeah.
You know? And I wasn't being challenged enough. My maths teacher was fantastic for this, Mr. King. And I've got to give him big props for this, because what he would do would get, you know, we'd work from workbooks, right?
Yeah.
I'd work from the workbook, he'd tell me what to do, I'd do that, and he'd put this like really difficult equation on the board for me. But he did it for the whole class, but I was the only one who ever did it. And if I got that solved, I was allowed to actually fall asleep in class or read a book. I was allowed to do whatever I wanted in class after I'd done that. I was allowed to walk out of class.
Yeah.
You know? Like if I got too bored, I could just walk around and just go to the library or something, or just fuck around. And so he helped me. Same with my history teacher. My history teacher realized that while I could process it in my head, writing down on paper what I wanted to say was incredibly difficult.
Yeah.
So he would always try and get me to answer my questions orally so I could get the knowledge that I needed and, you know, present myself as I knew the subject. So like I was lucky in that, but like every other class where I was just like my German class, my German class was worse because the teacher fucking hated me. Mind you, I called her a fucking bitch in German. And she told me to translate it, so I did. And like she deliberately, like I think this was sheer fucking spite. She put me on the foundation level. She goes, you would never be able to do the high level. You'd get the foundation level. And I got a C. Do you know what percentage you would need to get a C on foundation level back then?
What's that?
96%.
Bloody hell.
And I even ended up calling her out during the oral exams. Like she was asked, we were meant to do a phone call sort of bollocks, right? And she was telling me she was mispronouncing it. I was like, she was saying, could you write that down for me? She wasn't actually asking me to spell it. She had got the word wrong. She was asking me to write it down. And I got confused. It's like, I was going, was? Because there's geschript, like, was? And then at the end of it, what do you mean? You're asking me to write it down. Because no, I asked you to spell it. It's like, no, you said geschript. This means to write. Gespielen is to say it. You know, it's like, God, you fucking idiot. Like, she deliberately got me. You know, I was on the lower tier paper and I got an almost perfect score.
Yeah. Jesus.
You know, I slept through maths. I didn't bring my calculator for calculator paper. I got told off for not showing out my working, which would have got me the 2 grades I needed to get an A-star in maths. You know, I got a B because I didn't show my working out.
Oh, that's bullshit, isn't it?
It is absolute bullshit. And stuff like that. My history was my worst one. I think I got an F in that. And even my teacher said I should have chosen a different subject because it was just the writing bit I couldn't do. Like if I had someone there, because again, high achiever, they wouldn't put someone with me. I would have been able to, you know, actually get this proper qualifications.
Yeah.
You know? But that's just the way it was back then. That was the 90s. There's not much we can say. But again, like, we know we're broke. We know this. We know what we do isn't right. We know retaining the amount of it. Like, one of my particular tics, and this annoys people when I'm working professionally, but I do have to explain it to them. Like, I'll be reading I said, look, I got to bring a book to read. It's like, but you got to pay attention. Trust me, I need to bring a book. And they'll say, what? Just trust me. And like, if I'm doing something like reading or playing my game or playing my Switch in a meeting, I can recite the entire meeting. You know? But if you ask me to concentrate, I'm like, what did you say? Were you concentrating? Yes. But what did you say? Yeah, but when I'm not even looking like I'm concentrating, like I'm just playing a game, it's like, yeah, I got that. Okay, what did I just say? Oh, you said this, this, and this, and then they said this, and then they said this, and it's like, and it's word perfect.
Yeah.
We always end up talking about autism. Well, we are autistic, so fuck them. Did you have any issues like that when you were at school, or like anything like that?
Well, I've had issue with teachers, but that was just people don't understand my autism at the time.
To be fair,
And you just get bullied a lot in class, and teachers did nothing about it.
I never got bullied because I was a violent bastard as well. Like when I got bullied,
I was the bully.
I was the bully. No, like I broke a window with my bare hands.
I broke several windows at school.
Like I just lost my shit. I was in a really bad fucking day, and I just put my hand through a fucking window, and I got suspended for the whole day. I was put in the EBD room.
Takes me back in those days.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's the thing. Like autism, since we were at school, like so much. It's become better. It's become a lot better.
Yeah.
But I still think they're having problems with how to actually teach them. Because my little girl, bless her sweetheart,
I still hear there's problems at school.
Yeah.
Like I know. Yeah, carry on. Sorry.
She's in a special needs school.
Right.
But she's pretty much the brightest one in her class. So I can see her starting getting bored when she's not going to be challenged anymore. You know? Yeah. After you, anyway. What were you saying?
Actually, one thing I want to ask: special needs school in the area,
in Bath, yeah.
Because at the time there was no special needs school in the area when we moved here, like 20 odd years ago. So that's something. I don't know. It's just when I used to live in Reading, there was a special needs school I used to go to, but when we moved to Wiltshire, I was just any old place.
I'm surprised you didn't go to Kingdown then, because Kingdown, well, not a special needs. Oh fuck! I moved it. It became a fucking sports college. They actually had an entire building dedicated to special needs.
Really?
Yeah.
I obviously didn't know about that, but they were looking for them. But
no, like you're right. It has become easier to talk about now.
Yeah.
But still, people seem to get this wrong idea about it. Like we really do.
Yeah, one of the other things as well, I forget where they went to, but they were afraid to say the fact that I was basically branded autistic instead of like a lot of these kids, they don't know what the problems are. Like there was obviously kids with lots of different issues and they didn't know what to say to them. And because like Reading compared to Wiltshire was just very different, like a different country sort of thing.
Yeah.
They just didn't know how to look into autism, but it was just like a new thing here. It's just odd. That's what my parents learned when they moved here. So
I think what it is, and like I said, I'm an old country boy. I grew up with farmers and shit, right? I worked in the forest.
Okay.
Farms, right? And and I think what it is like same with Somerset, especially in the rural areas, is it's not that it's not well known. It's just that you would kind of be like if you lived out in the country, you'd probably do a job that was required in the country.
Yeah.
Where your autism is not going to be a bit much of an issue because you're outside, you're not really talking to people, you're just getting on with shit. And of course now we're becoming less rural, we're becoming more industrialized or commercialized, whatever you want to talk about it. It's becoming more of an issue because they don't know how to get the right job for them.
Yeah.
When you're out in a farm and you're told what to do, like bale this fucking hay or feed the cows and whatnot.
Yeah.
You just get on with it.
Exactly.
And you're outside, you're not actually talking to anyone.
No.
And because it's often dangerous work, like felling trees and shit,
Of course.
You can't really talk to people, have a strike up a conversation because you've got to sort of like make sure you're not doing anything stupid or dangerous.
Yeah.
You know?
Mm.
And I just think that's probably the biggest rise. That's just my opinion for what it's worth. But yeah,
you're right. Actually, that makes a lot more sense because it is getting more industrialized and
see, I can't say
in recent times anyway.
My best jobs I've been in, I've always been jobs where I get pretty much to do what I need to do on my own. Like I worked in a couple of factory. I've done so many jobs. I've done a couple of factory jobs, and my manager put me at the head of a line. Now, way a factory line works, you get the person at the head of the line, people on the line, and end of line. End of line can be done by either two different people or one person. On the line I was on, I was doing both. But all my manager had to say to me is like, get this stuff and bring it out and then put it in the oven.
Yeah.
And so that's all I had to do. So I didn't have to go on the line and feel uncomfortable talking to everyone else on the line because when you're on the line, everyone talks to each other.
Yeah.
And it's just sort of like when I worked in a warehouse in Northern Ireland. I was doing the stuff for England. I bet my manager thought that was a fucking funny thing for me to do.
Yeah.
But again, I was doing it all on my own. I didn't have anyone helping me.
No.
Unless it was really stupidly busy.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And then literally they had to do what I told them to do. They weren't I was basically in charge all the time.
Yeah.
And it's just that's what appeals to me when I can just sit there work my like I wouldn't want to be in one of your films as an actor. If you just give I'm quite happy here, giving you story.
Oh, I just rolled it. Okay, I get someone else.
Yeah, and I'm quite happy here to give you story ideas and try and get the paperwork done because it gives me something to do. And once that bit's done, I'm not going to get anything else out for it. I'm just happy that I've done it.
Nah, fair. Just producing and writing, basically.
Yeah, and I think that's another issue we have with Hollywood. And well, because we've been rambling for a while now, and just like
3 hours 7 minutes.
Yeah, in celebrity in general, actually, it's like people can't take the art from the artist.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Like, I like music, right? I like heavy metal. I like punk. I like all sorts of music.
Yeah.
But ask me to name who is in the band. I can be fan of. I've been a fan of Iron Maiden since I was like 7. I only knew Bruce Dickinson was the lead singer about 10 years ago.
I'm the same. I'm a big fan of rock, hard rock, all that sort of business. And I would not tell you names of the people in the bands, but I'll tell you the bands I love and the music I love. So
it's the same with films. I rarely take my time to learn. Yeah, this is why I'm really forgetful about actors' names. Because I don't take my time learning about the actor unless the actor is particularly good. And I've seen them in plenty of films, and I'm sort of like, I don't use their name to know, who they are. I use their name as this quality sort of assurance.
Yeah.
If I see Bob Hoskins in a role, I'm going to go, well, I'm probably going to enjoy this film.
Yeah. Absolutely, Bob Hoskins. Oh, there's one film that I always wanted to watch is Mona Lisa, I think it's called.
Oh yeah.
Michael Caine's in it as well. That's just a plus. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Those two. I don't know what the film's about, but they're both in it, and I think it's a British one as well, I believe. And I think needs to be done. Our video released it, so it must be good.
I love Michael Caine in The Muppet Christmas Carol.
Oh,
I gotta say,
I had an argument. That reminds me. I had an argument with my mum the other day about Christmas coming up and stuff, and then they made a perfect Scrooge movie. What are we talking about? What the fuck is the Muppets Christmas Special? The Christmas Carol, I mean. What the fuck was that? It's not perfect. Yes, it is.
It is the closest one to the fucking book.
It is. It really is. And she will not believe me. So I'm not joking. She's sort of just, you know, like it's Muppets. No, it's an accurate Scrooge movie.
It is so, and Michael Caine does it so well.
The quote he said about acting in the role, like you're not acting as if you were the Muppets, you're acting as if it's A Christmas Carol. You just happen to be acting with Muppets.
Yeah,
Treating them like people, like it would have been in playing Scrooge, basically. That's how that was perfect.
was it Michael Caine acts like a human and treats them Muppets like humans. Tim Curry acts like a Muppet.
Yeah, yeah. Treasure Island, was it?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's it. I remember that one. Yeah,
Billy Connolly was amazing in that role as well.
yeah.
Oh, and Jennifer Saunders is in it as well, isn't she?
It's been a little while since I watched it. Must have been.
Yeah, she's in it too.
Well, I need to watch that again soon.
Mm.
Look at my complete Muppet box set because
Oh God, I watched the Wizard of Oz one.
I never watched that.
Don't.
I don't have that at all.
The Muppets don't even say that one.
No, I did it's not part of my box. I've got the classic ones. It just comes with Christmas. I mean, the Muppet movie, Christmas Carol. Actually, funny enough, it doesn't come with Take Manhattan, which is one of the better ones. But there we go.
Yeah.
It comes with Treasure Island, and I forget which one it comes with. But it don't. There's some shit ones. It doesn't involve that one. I know it's shit because I read about it.
I tell you what is good. I do like the last two Muppet movies.
Which one's them?
The Muppet movie and the sequel. I can't remember what the second one's called.
Muppet Takes Manhattan?
No, this is the new ones.
Oh, I know which one you mean. The Muppets and Muppets Were Wanted.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. That's the other two. I forgot which one was on there. Yeah, it was the recent ones.
I love the fact the first song in the Muppets Wanted is that ripping on sequel straight away.
Yeah. That was I have to say when I first I thought that was decent. That was brilliant.
It's just,
I was not expecting much from that, and I loved it when I watched it. Like,
and the fact that it takes
for some reason at the time, I was like, that's actually fucking brilliant. As you say, ripping on sequels, fucking brilliant.
And it's so cheesy and how he acted. Like it's a Muppet movie and it's just so well done. And like it's again, I think that shows that there is this spark of imagination still left in Hollywood.
Yeah.
You know, who would have thought of doing a crime caper if it was done with just actors, would have been a very good crime film. You know?
Yeah.
But doing it with the Muppets made it funny and just enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, exactly.
You know? And you're going to the wall. And I was on the wall.
Because it was in a prison, wasn't it? In the second one, that Most Wanted.
Yeah.
I had Ray Liotta, had Danny Trejo, and all those sort of people in it. And that was the second Muppet film Liotta was in. Because he also makes a cameo in Muppets from Space.
Yeah. That's a good one too, because you find out where Gonzo is really from.
Yeah. I actually had to. I remember I had that. That's the only Muppet film I had as a kid on video. And when I brought the Muppet films, I actually I was just at a really bad place, and I watched a Muppet film. I think it's the first Muppet movie on Christmas, not the Christmas Carol. The first Muppet movie on Christmas Day. Weird choice. Watched it, loved it, and I thought I need to get the Muppet movies. I saw the box set, and I thought, "Where's Muppets from Space?" I'd get that one separately, and I got all them at the same sort of time. I also got Kermit Swamp Years that I'm looking at right now. That was something as well.
That's for kids, though, really, isn't it? It's all like this.
Yeah, it was all right. It was fine.
See,
I actually was thought, oh no, but I got it on the cheap, so I thought get it anyway. It was a couple of quid, and yeah, it was fine.
it's surprising what a good movie can do.
Mm.
You know, like I've been in really bad places, really down. Like I tried to kill myself at one point, and but a good movie like can really, especially a comedy, can really bring you out of it. Which reminds me, I've got a very rare box set, and
Ooh, you got?
I'll show you. And it doesn't even you wouldn't even, because no one actually knows why it's so rare, but it is.
Okay. Oh, wow.
So you'll get this cheap. South Park season 9.
Okay.
Do you want to know what makes it so rare?
Why? I need to know this now.
You need to know this.
Well, yeah, it's South Park season 9. Why is it rare?
It's got, I don't know if you can see it there, but it's got episode 12,
right.
which is Trapped in the Closet. It's the one.
Oh, shit!
Yeah, it's the only this is the only box set you can actually watch that episode in.
Fucking, can you not get it anymore?
No, they've taken it out of other box sets now.
I was about to say, fucking hell.
Yeah.
That's brilliant.
And I've watched that. It's actually one of the best episodes they've ever done.
Yeah, I remember
It's
that
a
one.
really good episode. Like, they went just balls out with a comedy here. You know? And the fact that everyone, because it's also a Scientology one as well, and everyone is John or Jane Doe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because, believe it or not, that's what the credits are. So then, should anyone actually be offended and they want to sue, they can actually name the person who they're suing and what role they played.
Yeah.
And of course, if you've got Jane and John Doe as every single name, they can't sue. And he literally says right at the end, go on, sue us. And it's just so good. It's like the best episode I've seen. And you can't watch it anywhere else in the UK. And that's the only box set. There is another one I need to get, which I think is series 13, because it's got another episode which was banned in it. You got the censored Mohammed version, which they did, which they were absolutely fucking livid with. They hated. They were going to just quit South Park there and then.
Yeah, I remember the time when they were doing that.
They were absolutely fucking livid. But there was another episode in the previous. I think it was in the previous series where they did show Mohammed.
Yes, because I do know that they because they had the fake censorship for the when they showed the Family Guy episode.
Yeah.
On the episode, and it's like, oh, for this read, blah 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 blah. I mean, I think it actually turns up and it says centered, doesn't it? But on the actual one when he's supposed to turn up, comedy centered, blah blah blah. Yeah.
But they were fucking livid though. You could, even when they talk about it, you can hear how pissed they were.
Yeah.
Because they are so pro free speech.
Oh yeah.
And I mean, the fact is, the guys had this amazing work ethic.
Yeah.
Like, I was talking to a fan of Family Guy, and he was saying how great Family Guy was better than South Park. I went, dude, South Park's far superior. And he goes, why? It's like, do you know how long it takes to make an episode of Family Guy? Oh, it takes a year. It takes a week for South Park.
I know.
And it's like, oh, that just shows it's fresh.
Brilliant though, isn't it? Like what they can come up with compared to fucking Family Guy.
And not only that, even though it's very, very much about the time that week, you know?
Yeah.
And the hardest they ever worked was the Obama election.
Yeah, yeah.
And no, that was the second time because they actually did 2 episodes for that. They had to make the Mr. Garrison one in like 3 days because they didn't think Donald Trump was going to win.
Yeah, I remember hearing about it because they done the whole.
And they were like, Donald Trump won. It's like, what?
Yeah, because they
just finished the episode. Like, what?
Yeah.
And they had to scrap the entire thing just to make a brand new episode.
Yeah, because you can tell as well when you watch it. It was definitely last minute.
Yeah.
You can sort of tell the quality, not the quality drop, but like you can tell there's something off.
Yeah.
And because obviously you say they just did not expect that because they had the whole Hillary episode done.
Yeah.
It's and all, you know. because there's clips on. I think you can watch. I think you can watch that now.
It wouldn't be surprised me if they put it up.
I've seen clips of it online, so I think you can watch it now because I've seen some clips of bits that were cut out, and yeah, I remember hearing about that because there was an interview about it. It's like, yeah, we just did that last minute.
Yeah,
It was. I think it was on the minute, like they did it because they were still making it at the time. We were expecting an episode next day, sort of thing, and
they were literally like, "What? Like, oh, Donald Trump, what? Run? What? What?"
Because the whole build-up was like, Mr. Garris was like going out there, it's like, vote for the other one, vote for like.
And
that's what they expect. That's what they exactly expected because they tend to piss out of Trump speaking his mind, and they assumed the people would be like, "Yeah, he's talking great." No, people brought what he said.
Yeah,
he was voted in. That was not what they wanted. That's not what they wanted. What they expected, basically, and it's just oh shit, okay.
See, they were thinking about doing the 2 episodes, but the news was saying that Hillary Clinton was going to win, that she was so far ahead and all that.
Yeah, and early suspicion because at the time that's when they were making it. Fuck.
Yeah, I think that's why we're not doing these election ones anymore because they're not doing. I don't think they're doing a special for this one, but they might do.
Yeah, they just said they just skip the whole thing. I don't blame them at all because that must be so stressful. I think
must have been
that they just don't want to do it anymore. I think that's why they'll probably just do specials now.
Yeah. See, they've been going. Yeah, they've been going for what 25 series.
Yeah, fucking hell.
I know, and like Simpsons
still strong though.
Yeah,
compared to the Simpsons,
Oh, fuck, that fucked up.
I mean, well, to say Family Guy. I mean, to be honest, it wasn't like great in the first place, but.
Oh no, I agree with you.
That's my opinion on
that. No, I agree. I actually agree. I like people. Everyone was going how great Family Guy was, and I was watching like.
It's some of it is okay, but it's a lot of repeated jokes, isn't there? Though.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the fucking him against the chicken again. Oh, great! Yeah, great.
Yeah.
Fucking.
And as half of them was going, are we watching the same thing?
Yeah.
I mean, I actually enjoyed American Dad.
American Dad.
Up until again the latest series got really bad.
Seth MacFarlane has more involvement in American Dad than Family Guy.
Now he does, yeah.
And some of the early Family Guy, some of it can be funny, and it just shows. I think that's his writing. I mean, I enjoyed Ted.
I didn't, but never mind.
The series was better.
I haven't seen the series. I liked 1,000 Ways to Die in the Rest.
I've not. Well, I saw it once a long time ago. I didn't really. I wasn't paying attention because I just knew it was from the guy who Family Guy. I didn't give a shit and just watched and was doing something at the same time, sort of thing. I need to watch it properly at some point.
People
love it.
I was just looking for a cowboy film to watch.
Well, yeah, I like westerns, so I need to watch it properly.
And like, it was enjoyable.
Yeah.
And like Seth MacFarlane can be really funny. But Family Guy just tried to be offensive for like it's the same with Rick and Morty.
Yeah.
I can't people going how edgy it is. It's like I was watching like this isn't edgy, it's violent, don't get me wrong. But it's
say when I watched that, I didn't think it was edgy, but people did say that, which is odd.
I
like the violent side of it.
Yeah.
But then again, after the second season, I just didn't care about it so much.
Yeah, same here. And the thing was, people going how edgy it was. Like, and I was watching this again. This is very safe. This is very safe comedy. They're not pushing any boundaries. Yeah, it's a bit lewd. Yes, it's a bit violent. But as for being edgy, it's really not.
No.
Not
at all.
I think like South Park, Family Guy, American Dad, Simpsons, Rick and Morty, they all play it safe.
Yeah.
Family Guy when it started was like we're going to offend everyone, and then they stopped doing that. American Dad has just been a family comedy.
Yeah.
It doesn't. It's what it is.
Mm.
But South Park's like, we're gonna piss off everyone, and it's like, well, you can't make fun of. It's like, I'll tell you what made me laugh. It's like they were talking about. It's like we'd have these groups going, oh, you can't make fun of these people. We're going, you know what we're gonna do? What? Make fun of them even more.
Even more, exactly.
And like when they added Token in,
I
I saw that and I thought, that's fucking funny. That's just wrong, but funny. What's his name? Token Black. It's like, fuck off. And then they decided to rip on the fact that he was a Token Black guy at the time to change his name to Tolkien.
Oh yeah.
And it's like, we've been calling you Token. It's Tolkien. You sure? And like, that was just basically them trolling the far left who don't want to be offended. They were literally trolling them, saying that his name's actually Token. We're just taking the piss out of you.
I remember that time when they saying that. Oh,
And
that is funny.
I was watching the Tweak and Craig one, like when they became gay.
Oh yeah.
And I was watching it, and I was thinking, like, when I realized they're taking the piss out of, not kids being gay, or it's how
people are gay these days.
Yeah, like
how
they force them to act a certain way.
Yeah,
and that's what the whole
media basically as well.
Yeah.
Like, let's make a character gay. There we go.
Yeah, and that was the original intent, because they were going to split up. They were going to be back to what they were. But they were quite surprised that the actual fan base thought it was actually a good turn, and the way and even like later episodes with Tweak and Craig still being gay, they never act any different.
No,
He didn't act any differently prior or after, and I think that's what makes them even better, because that's probably the biggest piss take they could do out of a whole leftist movement.
Yeah,
is to do two gay characters without any of the stereotyping.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh God, like South Park. I'll tell you what. When South Park, I think they're going to retire soon, because they both admitted that it's not been about. It was never about the money. It was just making people laugh. That was all. It was just making people laugh, tell silly jokes. Be a bit political, show their political side, which has always been libertarian.
Absolutely.
And show off, how bad it could.
It's one.
Yeah.
All these animated stuff.
Technically, I think technically I'm an anarchist. So, the person I put it up is just fucking leave me alone. That's my political point of view. And
I get that completely.
And you can see that they do take the piss out of both sides. They show the extreme on both sides.
Oh yeah.
Like the PC principal. He has a good story arc too. He did, because he was this overly aggressive, far left psychopath at the start. And then he realized his worldview was being tainted by adverts and social media, and that he wasn't getting a proper picture of the whole thing. That he was actually being, sort of brainwashed, and it broke him. I
still remember the episode. His wife,
strong woman.
Yes. Oh my fucking God! Did they predict the future in that one? Jesus fucking Christ!
Macho Man Randy Savage. There's a girl.
I know.
Wasn't they? Like, it's like they have been more right than the Simpsons.
True.
They've been more accurate than the Simpsons. Like, I've been watching past episodes, and they have been far more accurate than the Simpsons ever could be.
Yeah.
And it's just
they can talk about the whole this is a bullshit. The whole thing that they predicted the Trump election. That's bullshit.
Yeah.
They actually, the Lisa episode where they talk about President Trump. Yeah, fair enough. That's a good prediction. Because you know why they thought that idea? Because he initially was going to be running for president about 20 years ago, back in 2000.
Yeah.
Yeah. I found out not long ago. Like, oh, there we go. That makes more
Yeah.
sense to me than actually. It's because that was a thing. They thought he might become president. That's why they mentioned it.
Yeah.
It's not a prediction of the future. That was their thought of the time.
Yeah.
Because he was running for president. I did not know that until not long ago. Like, oh, there we go.
Like I was watching some of the episodes, and like even before Bill Cosby was arrested, they were making him out to be a pervert.
Yeah.
You know? And so like, and they've been like when they have been to a point of accuracy which is uncanny at times on how they know how things are going to work out. Like the whole far leftist movement and how bad and savage and how much damaging it could be.
Yeah.
They've been pointing out for a while, but they're not scared to say, yeah, the far right are just as bad.
God, yeah.
And it's like my favorite episode talking about being retarded was the one when Jimmy wrote the word retard in the paper. Well, no, he didn't write it. Someone else wrote it. He said it's an op-ed, so I allow him to use any words he wants. And he says, and the PC principal is there talking to Jimmy, but he can say the word retard. He's like, because it hurts feelings. He's like, but I'm not offended. Well, anyways, well, from now on, every school paper has to be passed through me. It's like, Jimmy goes, no. Goes, what? It's like, no, it's not going to happen. And I just thought it was absolutely cracking that. Ew. Because you know these leftists are like that.
Yeah.
You know that if, especially like you've probably gone through it as well. Like when we offend ourselves or we're joking amongst ourselves about our condition and shit like that, and they get offended. It's like, but they don't know how to be offended.
No,
because they don't want to offend you.
I mean,
that they didn't like.
I mean, I think I would say, "Oh, it's mine." What?
It's R. The R word is R word. I like that one actually.
As I don't say that again, it's like, well, when I feel like it.
I'm usually like, don't say that again. I wanted to hear it. Why not? I don't like it. Oh, you don't be fucking retarded. And yeah, and people are so good at predictions. It's absolutely uncanny.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of good comedies. I think South Park's the only real good comedy that's lasted. I've been watching Psych again, which is really good. But that one actually, I find a lot of these good comedies and series when they know they're coming to an end, because like they'll change the last episode to actually round it off nicely.
Yeah.
Like I've been watching Psych, even though that's now got 3 movies spun off from it. The last episode is really good. He moves away with his wife, or I think it's a girlfriend at the time, to San Francisco because she gets offered a job with the police chief. She wants to take her with her, sort of thing. So he moves with her. Yeah. And Timothy Oliphant. No, not Oliphant. Again, he's another good actor. He becomes chief of the police. And but basically, the storyline of Psych is you got this guy, he pretends he's psychic.
Yeah.
Because he's just like super autistic. But because he can pick up all these little details. It's basically taking piss out of a mentalist.
Yeah.
And he literally gives everyone a DVD saying goodbye because he couldn't do it personally. Whereas the new police chief is a guy who's been riding him throughout the whole 8 series, saying he's not psychic.
Yeah.
He leaves him a DVD saying, I'm going to tell you the truth. You're right. I'm not psychic, which was going to say. But the police chief takes it out and snaps it.
Yeah.
Which is such a big growth for him because he knows how much good this guy did, even though he didn't like him, but they were still friends. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Rules of Engagement ended well because they had a baby and found out she was pregnant, even though they think they couldn't have babies. A couple got married. It all ends really nicely. Even as much as I want the Ash vs. Evil Dead back because the series was fantastic, it still ended nicely.
Yeah.
Whereas something like The Big Bang, because it went on for so long, we didn't know how to fucking end it. And basically, he wins a Nobel Prize. That's all I can really remember. Oh, and Penny's pregnant.
Yeah.
And that's not an ending.
No.
No. But there you go. I think when someone goes, what aren't they meant to be ending The Simpsons soon?
Yeah, but they've been saying it for the last 20 years, haven't they? Really. So
Honestly, it should have ended ages ago. Like it ran its course when it started getting. It just started getting really bad. So many characters lost their. Just didn't seem like. Yeah, Ned Flanders is a super religious guy. But he wasn't the sort of guy that always pushed it on you. It's like it wasn't his whole character. His whole character was he was this good dad to Rod and Todd. He was this loving husband. He was the counter to the Simpsons. The Flanders and the Simpsons, they were counter to each other.
Yeah.
Ned Flanders was unselfish. Rod and Todd were well behaved. And Maud didn't have the stress that Marge had with her family. But then they changed it by making him this, super zealous religious nut. And they made almost every character this one note.
Yeah.
Well, that's just what happens.
Yeah.
I gotta get some stuff for work. I've got to spend 150 quid on work stuff today.
Oh shit.
Yeah, but I don't know what I fucking need to get. That's the problem.
Oh.
It's for the YouTube channel. It's all models, and I don't know what models to get. I gotta get a. Oh fuck! It's just stupid.
Warhammer stuff, or
yeah. You should get some Wild West Exodus stuff to paint. It'll help you, dude. It really does help me. Gives me something to concentrate on.
So I started doing stop motion stuff to concentrate on things.
Yeah. And yeah, I actually added you to that group because I thought it'd be your sort of thing, science fiction and cowboys.
Yes, I saw that.
I thought you'd enjoy it. I make memes because that's what I do. But yeah, that's another thing. Like, no, fuck it. We'll just continue for 4 hours and then stop. Have you noticed how something?
Don't feel like it, though, I have to say.
I gotta say, it hasn't felt like it.
No.
It's something else.
3.5 hours, really? I watched The Rise at the cinema on my birthday. I think, fucking hell. That's just 2.5 hours. I think, oh, when's it fucking ended? I was only been half an hour. Fuck. This is different. It's good.
It's good to settle it, even if it's about absolute bollocks. And we're making it public.
Well, that's all on the horizon, obviously.
Making our bollocks public without having to be on Pornhub. Ha ha ha.
Hey.
And have you noticed how popular now seems to equate to bad?
What's that, sorry?
Have you noticed how popular now seems to equate bad? And like, if something's popular now, it can't be just me as I'm an old fart. But it never seems to be good quality.
No.
Like, we're talking, like, I don't really get Warhammer anymore. I get Wild West Exodus, I get Conquest, I get so many different games. Whereas, because the Warhammer, the game itself, is just shite. The models are pretty good. But Wild West Exodus is a fantastic game.
I think it's one of the things is it's the way it's gets structured in time, like with people. I was about to say, like, when things are popular, then suddenly not so popular afterwards.
Yeah.
I mean, we just mentioned Rick and Morty. It was popular at the time. No one gives a shit about that anymore.
No, and it was all over the fucking place.
I mean, there's well, I liked it at one point. It's just a shirt. It's probably something else. Oh my god, it's the right shirt. But I liked it at one point. Got this nice on the cheap. I still wear it. It's a good quality shirt. If I need a shirt for anything, perfect.
You know?
But, don't give a shit about the show anymore.
I think a lot of it is that when it becomes popular, it makes money. So they try to stick to the why it made money and not the quality aspect. Like when Iron Man came out, it's a fantastically well-made film.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's a good film. It's actually good.
Mm.
And then you had the Incredible Hulk film, which was it was a good film as well.
Yeah.
Have you noticed how all his first films were really good? Like Captain America was really good.
Wish they had more Edward Norton in it.
Yeah.
Carry on, sorry.
They should have paid Edward Norton, not Mark Ruffalo.
Yeah.
But then
Okay, he's an egomaniac and he takes over things. Let him do his job.
Mm.
Let him act.
Yeah.
Let him do it. Just fuck it.
And then that's fine. I am actually in agreement with you. And then when it became super popular around about Captain America, that's when it started to go really downhill.
Yeah.
And then they tried to make it more popular again with Black Panther. And that film's piss awful. Like, that's just a bad film.
Thank you. I'm not the only one.
But you can't say that because it's like, no.
I remember the time when I mentioned, I was like, I think I was the only person in the world that just said shit.
The CGI is fucking awful. What made me laugh is like, everyone was ripping on Batman versus Superman.
Yeah.
How bad the CGI was. It's like, why aren't you talking about Black Panther the same way? The CGI is fucking worse.
It's like, I mean, someone at the time even mentioned like it's like a PS2 game.
It really was.
In fact, there was actually a critic that did a video and made a fake thing as it was a PS2 game and showed all those scenes.
Yeah,
that's great, perfect. That sums up the film in a nutshell.
And I reckon it got bad round about after Winter Soldier. I think that's when it really fucking dropped in quality.
Did you not like Winter Soldier?
Oh, I like Winter Soldier. I'm saying after Winter Soldier.
Well, the better ones I thought. I was going to say.
After Winter Soldier is when it really dropped.
It just got downhill. And
like when they didn't, I think is what the problem was is Marvel stuff. We just started adding more and more characters to the roster. Guardians of the Galaxy is good.
Well, it's James Gunn.
Yeah, James Gunn's good. Did you know he wrote Land of the Dead, the remake?
I did not know that one, actually.
He wrote it and Zack Snyder directed it. Which is surprising.
Dawn of the Dead.
No, Land of the Dead.
I thought it was Dawn of the Dead.
Hold on, let me double check.
Land of the Dead's Romero. I know they did a zombie film together, though.
Oh, it was George A. Romero. That one, you're right. It was Dawn of the Dead. It's just I was looking at Land of the Dead at the time.
Fair enough. Maybe at the same time it came out, so, you know. I'd be more shocked if he did it, I think, well, fair enough for him.
And the thing is...
That's their best film, to be fair.
And then when they started adding more and more and more and more characters in the same film,
you
know, the stories just started to get pushed aside. Because now it's Captain Marvel's in this film, and you know, we've got all the major characters in this film. It's like, but no one's got a straight storyline that we can follow.
Yeah. Even James Gunn said the Avengers, like the Avenger films, ruined his stories with the Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
You should know what you signed up for, mate. But I get what he means, though. Like, when he did number 3, he I've not watched it yet, but he brought back. I noticed he brought back a character that was killed off in I forget a fucking name. In not Endgame, the one before Infinity War.
Yeah,
that was part 1. That's right. And because she didn't get brought back because of the way she got killed, because it wasn't the same way as everyone else was, and no, apparently because she's back in the third one. I've not seen it yet, so I don't know what it is. I kept myself off it because I've heard the whole thing with Raccoon's character, and I thought, oh, if it's all about animal expectations, I think, it's just not my cup of tea for entertainment, really. But I will watch it eventually because I do like James Gunn. I love those films, love the first two anyway, so I'll eventually watch it. It's just like the if that's half the film, but I will get around to it eventually because I need to know.
And it's like adding, and in the end, it just seemed to be it's just cameo after cameo. It's like, oh, we've got Sylvester Stallone in this film, and it's like just focus on the story, dude.
I don't get the point of Stallone in that movie. It's just because it's just Stallone.
Yeah,
apparently he's in the third one as well, and apparently he there's a whole thing with him and James Gunn. He didn't want to do a scene where he says he'll go take a shit or something like that. It's like this is not something I would say. It's like an ego thing. He didn't want to say it, and eventually he got him to say it, and he got him on film to say it, so he got it in the film.
and like the third Thor film is just fucking awful.
Which one's that? Sorry,
the third Thor film.
Oh God, Ragnarok?
Love and Thunder.
Oh, I've not seen that one yet. I just refuse. I just not bothered.
Fuck it, I watched it not long ago, and I was like,
Ragnarok wasn't too awful, but I heard this is worse.
Ragnarok isn't bad.
Jeff Goldblum saved the film.
Yeah, pretty much. And but Love and Thunder with female Thor, Jane as female Thor.
I heard it. This is why I've not watched it because I just thought.
And
really?
it's
Natalie Portman, really.
And the argument is,
I like Natalie Portman.
Yeah.
She's a good actress. She was good in Black Swan. She won an Oscar for that, and she's perfect in that. But not female Thor.
No.
No. Stay out of those sort of shitty blockbusters. Do win Oscars and shit. Do good stuff.
And she the whole argument was, oh, there was a female Thor in the comics. That's true. The comics fucking bombed.
Well, there we go.
Why are you making a bad film about bad comics?
Oh, it's terrible.
And then, Jessica Alba, she's another fantastic actress. And she plays Nancy in Sin City.
Oh, yeah.
And she's an absolute badass in that. Even though, she's scared half the time. And she's absolutely terrified because she has been. Look, because of what she's gone through.
Yeah.
As a child. But at the end, she comes out on top because, that yellow bastard couldn't get hard unless she screams.
That's right.
And what she must have gone through just to get, because he was going to make, he was just going nuts on her to make her scream.
That's right.
And she's in the sequel as well. Have you seen the Sin City 2?
I was about to say, I like the sequel.
Sequel's good.
And her character development was really good in that as well.
Yeah. She was a heartbroken woman.
Yeah, and she just wanted to,
Yeah.
She was in a bad place. She kept drinking, and she just wanted to.
She just wanted to die.
Yeah,
that's what it was.
Yeah.
So she tried to do an impossible task.
And I thought that was a really good film.
I think what's weird about it, because I'm a fan of the comics, is they should have kind of swapped the two actors of the guy Clive Owen played in the first one.
Yeah.
Now, in the comics, it makes sense for him to change what he looked like because he does actually change his face.
Oh, okay.
Because if you remember the line in...
There was some more to it because I'm only familiar with the film, so...
Yeah, there's a lot more. There's actually, we kind of touch on it in the first film when he goes, I'm a fingerprint away from, life in prison. That's basically saying that he's had his face changed,
Right.
Where in the sequel, he looks more like the original look of him.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And it's just weird. But it makes sense in, his character because he does go under plastic surgery. But and Marv, again, it's just this fantastic role for him. Mickey Rourke was fantastic as Marv.
Oh, absolutely.
And again, it's kind of weird because Robert Rodriguez is obviously a big fan of Quentin Tarantino. It's actually, Sin City is the reason he left the Directors Guild.
Really?
Yeah, it was Sin City.
Wow.
Because Quentin Tarantino and Frank Miller both helped direct it,
Yes, yeah.
and
Because he wasn't he wasn't the sole director of that. Because it was Frank Miller as well, and Tarantino's guest director.
yeah, but
Yeah.
because they didn't direct enough, they weren't allowed to be credited under the Directors Guild. So he left the Directors Guild. So those two
I
guys,
gave credit when due, basically.
yeah.
Yeah.
And Quentin Tarantino's scene is absolutely amazing. It's one of the best scenes in the film.
Is it the bit with Del Toro with the gun in his head sort of thing?
It's not that bit. It's when
Is it not that?
it's when he's got the grenade in his mouth.
Okay.
It's that
Oh,
scene.
not often.
No, you weren't
No.
wrong. But it's that scene, and you basically can definitely tell it's a Quentin Tarantino scene
Yeah.
when you look at it. Frank Miller, I can't remember which scene he did, but he was just upset that he couldn't get his friends credited. You know?
Well, yeah.
And so with Sin City 2, he went down like the Pulp Fiction route because you got to watch the whole films together, by the way, to really get the full story, which is like a part 1 and part 2. Because Marv's back because after he died, obviously in the first one, so it takes place it only takes place during the timeline of the first one.
Yeah,
which actually makes sense again because Marv does die after Callahan in the stories.
Yeah,
you know, so it makes sense for it to have that and to go on this rampage before he gets caught.
Yeah,
and yet apparently the priest does die after because he was the bigger man, the more important guy than the senator.
Yeah,
you know, like he was the last rogue to actually die off. And so it makes sense, but it was very much a Pulp Fiction sort of film. I got to say, the second one's really good. It's full of action. It's great storyline, and you know, and I really like Bruce Willis in that role as well.
Oh God, yeah.
He could tell he was absolutely browbeaten because he had watched the love of his life just crash and burn. You know, and he could, because he was dead, he couldn't do anything about it. You could hear him pleading all the time.
Yeah.
Robert Rodriguez is an absolutely underrated director, especially now he's given up the Guild. He's not been able to get any fucking work, which is such a shame because he's so fucking good.
I just want him to move away from Disney.
He's
done recent stuff with Disney. I mean, I say Disney. I think it was Fox at the time when he did Delita. I mean, it was. I think he did it for James Cameron.
Yeah,
James Cameron's just wanted to work with him, I guess.
Yeah.
Which is fine. I just like Rodriguez being Rodriguez. I like him doing his own thing. I just love the style he does for his movies, and
you can always tell his.
Supposed to be an impressive film. It just didn't impress me because it wasn't his sort of film.
No,
He obviously did it for a reason, but like it's not my sort of. That's not why I watch his movies.
No, his movies are over the top violence with silly amounts of gore,
and he does it. He just does it in his own sort of style. Like, if you watch films like Desperado, even the one beforehand he did, and I just think that's his movie. That's a Rodriguez movie. Like even Spy Kids.
Yeah.
That style in that. I brought the box set of them recently. I thought, oh, that's so fucking good. I haven't watched the last one, to be fair, though. I just not sure.
It's like the From Dusk Till Dawn. You know, he has a style, and I believe he did Alita because he's a fan of the manga.
Yeah, because of course, it's based on
But I think the problem is he would have preferred to do it shot for shot, like he did with Sin City.
Yeah,
but I
know that was meant to be directed initially by James Cameron, which has been probably his fifth film, probably. The amount of films he's done the last 30 years, probably two.
It's like Valerian. Did you watch
the last few decades, anyway? So,
did you watch Valerian?
Valerian? No. Oh, that's the Luke Besson, wasn't it?
Yeah, his last film.
Never watched it.
It's a good film.
I've seen bits of it. I just don't like the two actors in it. Well, they're not really actors; they're supermodels. But I just didn't fancy it from that.
Like,
Is
I
it
think
alright? Is it an okay film?
I enjoyed it. It's
Right.
a visual. I'll tell you what. It's a visual. It's a film that is very visual.
I know Rutger Hauer's in it.
Yeah, it's a very visual film. It's exactly what you'd expect from Luc Besson.
Mm.
You know, it's very bright. It's full of light and color. The story and the two actors, nah, they're all right.
I think also it's from the guy who did The Fifth Element.
Yeah, but you can tell it's a Luc Besson film because again, what people don't get about Luc Besson is he tells the story with the world. If you watch The Fifth Element, and yeah, it's a fun film, it's brilliant, but you learn more about the story by just watching the world itself.
Right.
And like, you got a gun runner. Like, it doesn't matter who played him and what he looked like, but you see where he lived and how he was. You could see he was a villain.
Oh yeah.
And the same with like the opera singer and everything like this. The whole Luc Besson tells stories with the world. He's in like Leon. Was it Leon he did?
Yeah, he did Leon.
Again, with Leon, if you watch Leon, you can just see how the story is told via the world that it's in.
Yeah.
Like, you got the corrupt police chief trying to kill him and stuff like that. And I think that's what Luc Besson did. And when he did it Valerian, that's exactly what he did. He told the story of Valerian through the world. You know?
Yeah.
It's just like you're just following people in this world, and it's the stories unraveling around them rather than them you being forced into the storyline or having to follow it. I really enjoyed it. I think it's a very good film.
Yeah.
And yeah, the two main actors are kind of meh, but everything else of it is just so good. You know, we constantly learn about the world and how it works and how it affects the story. Again, with Fifth Element, if you look at how basically Bruce Willis got involved in the whole storyline, like his character, what's his name again?
Yeah.
Well, who does Bruce Willis play in The Fifth Element?
I forget the name of the character, to be honest with you, right now.
But he goes into the story by accident, you know? Yeah. He's a retired bloke who just wants to be left alone, and then he gets forced into this role, which he doesn't want to be part of.
Mm.
And the story just evolves around him. It just happens with the way the world works, not just what he does.
Oh.
It's a way of storytelling which has been drastically missed.
Mm. Absolutely, yeah.
And you had the Tintin film.
Interesting that Luc Besson wanted to get that made first before Leon, but only did Leon just to make the money to make that made.
Yeah. Like Fifth Element, he was working on since he was like 12 or something.
Yeah.
And it's a good film.
Amazing. Absolutely.
And Jean-Paul Gaultier did the designing.
Yeah. I've read somewhere that Mel Gibson wanted to do Leon.
Yeah, I heard that too.
Yeah, I heard the same thing for Fifth Element as well.
Yeah, but
Boys didn't want him for some reason.
What's his name? The French actor. What's his name? I keep forgetting his name. He's a damn good actor too, actually.
Oh, Jean Reno.
Yeah, Jean Reno.
Jean Reno, that's it.
Because he's also in Mission Impossible.
That's right. And Ronin is a very good film as well. With Ronin. Yeah. Very from the same era, sort of thing.
Yeah. I always thought they were connected. For ages, I thought those two films were connected.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's a very similar character, isn't it? So
yeah, and they work really well together as well. They complement each other so well. But he doesn't work in Hollywood that much. He works in France. He's a very big.
Ronin was set in France as well. That's probably why it felt like that sort of, because it's actually a American director, John Frankenheimer, I think it was. Usually American thrillers, but he make it feel like a European thriller as well, like a European film. And I get what you mean. Like he plays a very similar. Jim Reed plays a very similar character than that, and he's also. It just feels like, yeah, a follow-up of sorts, like in the same, same character.
Like Gerard Depardieu, he's a damn good actor.
Yeah.
But again, he mainly plays roles in France. He's not that big international Hollywood star. He's a big star in France.
Yeah, he did. I think the last Hollywood film he did was with Abel Ferrara.
Yeah,
Who's more of an independent sort of filmmaker, but he managed to get big names involved. He gets Harvey Keitel, he gets Christopher Walken.
Yeah.
And he got him for it's one of those. It's some sort of Welcome to New York, I think it was called.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I've not watched that one myself, but it's on my list. I like his movies. They're not everyone's taste of films. They're depressing as fuck. I enjoy his work because when he does a gangster film, King of New York is fucking fantastic.
That's a good John Gotti film.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, you're right as well. Like, yeah, definitely. Don't think of it that way, I have to say.
See, Gerard Depardieu has made his name big in France at the moment by playing Obelix in the Asterix films.
Yeah, of course. That's the thing he's known for, isn't he? So
it's amazing that he's getting better known for being a comic book character than anything else, but a comic book character that very few people have actually heard of, even though he's one of the most famous ones in France.
Yeah.
They even have Asterix and Obelix have their own theme park in France.
That doesn't surprise me, to be fair.
It's actually older than Disneyland Paris. It's been about forever, ever.
Yeah.
But yeah, like
in think of the history of these sort of things, Disneyland Paris is not that old, so
no, I remember when it was new.
There we go. I know it's not that old, so yeah.
Yeah, and have you seen the Asterix films with Gerard Depardieu?
Never watched them.
They're good, and
I may have as a kid. I think
he's good, and he also does the dubbing for the English version because obviously they're all in French first.
Yeah, he does. Yeah,
he also does the English dub, which is funny because Arnold Schwarzenegger wasn't allowed to do the German dub. Terminator, because he sounds like a fucking farmer.
That's right. Yeah, because his accent is more of a farmer.
And that's Sorry, continue.
No, I was about to say, as you say, he's like a farmer because they acknowledge his accent as a farmer.
Yeah.
More than
And it's the exact same reason why James Earl Jones ended up doing the voice of Darth Vader, not David Prowse.
Yeah.
Or to be fair, it'd be funny if Darth Vader going, all right, me get you. Hey, drink the cider up, you. We go listen to some Wurzels and.
I remember when David Prowse was in Clockwork Orange.
Oh, he is, isn't he?
Yeah. You hear his natural voice in that, but yeah, I can see why he's not voicing the Darth Vader.
To be fair, it would have been funny as fuck.
Yeah, it would have been.
That was literally the reason he managed to play off the really imposing walk and everything Darth Vader needed to be. His voice didn't work, which now I can see why, but I just think it'd been fucking hilarious. It would have bombed, to be honest with you.
I just remember watching when I watched Clockwork Orange for the first time, and I saw his name pop up. Darth Vader. See the big. So I thought, expect a big musty guy come up. That's gonna be him. And when he turns out, what the he's when he starts talking. Oh, okay. But it makes sense in a filmmaker sort of view because obviously you know who does the voice. But it makes more sense now why he never did the voice.
Yeah.
Why didn't he get someone else to do it?
Yeah. And
4 hours, 3 minutes, fucking hell.
And you know how old someone is in Britain is if either they know him as Darth Vader or they know him as the Green Cross Man. Anyway, I'm like, oh dude, I'm gonna have to go to bed, man.
Actually, I did too because I got to get 2 o'clock tomorrow. So
right, catch you later, dude.
2 o'clock 4 minutes ago, so don't worry about that.
Got 12 hours. You take care of yourself, right, dude?
You too.
And we'll do this again next week. We'll do comic book movies. I'll start that way and then probably ramble for another
We'll
2
carry
hours.
on going with movies anyway.
Yeah. Have a
happy
good
with
one.
You too.
Bye.
Bye.
End. There you go. All right.